Welcome back, everyone, to the Scramble Bunkhouse Deathcast episode number something or another. I don't know. They've kind of been going out of order lately, but that's okay because the pogs keep flowing, the juices keep going, everything is as it should be, except for right now, because currently, as of this very moment right now, I am waiting on Mr. Ethan Mac Pillar, and I'm waiting on Mr. Jom to be here right now because they said that they were going to be a little bit late, and I was like, okay, that's fine. I could wait to do the recording. That's totally cool. But they were like, no, 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 no. We'll be there. We'll be there. So just start it without us, and we'll be in there in a second. So I'm like, okay, fine. That's fine. What's the ETA? And the ETA is like about a minute, so it shouldn't be that long. I don't know. I mean, they're busy folk, so I'm not expecting them to be like eternally present or anything. That's a ridiculous thing to think, but I would appreciate it if they would be here soon. Because we're gonna be talking about a really, really, really good match. In the last episode that came out, or at least what I think is the last episode that came out, because again, it has been a bit of an ordeal to get some of these episodes up and running. And again, it's no real fault towards like Ethan or to anyone else. Like he's the one who edits for us. But in the process of doing things, we've had some rough ups and downs, and it's just I think it's just the growing pains that come with I think it's the growing pains that come with any type of new venture, let alone a new podcast. Because like a new podcast, that's like, I mean, that's a whole other can of worms. This is its own thing, and it's hard to really be our own thing, right out of the gate like this. But I have faith. I have faith in us, and I have faith in our ability. Um, I just think that I think it's just gonna take some time, and that's okay. Okay, that's totally fine. It's okay to take time. Um, not okay to take time right now though, because I would like to discuss the match, but I can't until these goons show up. These freaking morons, these absolute idiotic, just dumbos, these pinheads, these dolts, these miscreants, and I just got sit here and I just gotta wait, and I gotta wait because I'm angry with myself too. That's the worst part of it all. Is like I'm okay with just waiting, if it was just waiting, but I gotta wait upset because I just got off work, and let me tell you, I was hungry. And typically, I make food, and what's funny is this has not even been an intentional thing. It's kind of been an unintentional thing that's happened. But in every single recording we've done, including the ones that haven't made it yet, including the ones that we just did as like practice runs, or the runs where there was like an audio issue or a technical issue or whatever, I've always started by eating something. And it's been completely unintentional. It's just every single time it happens. Maybe I've just like Pavloved myself into, oh, it's podcast time. I need to eat now because I won't be eating for like an hour. Oh no, I won't have food for an hour. I'm gonna starve. So I just I get food and I eat it, and maybe that's why this is happening. But I don't know. That's my theory though. But anyway, point is, I'm eating food right now, and I'm eating a burger. And one thing that I'm upset about is my burger of choice. But I can't be too upset because I brought this upon myself. See, here's what happens every single time I think about going to get Sonic, and I'm not eating Sonic right now. I'd like to clarify. I'm not eating Sonic currently. I made a much worser decision because right directly next to the Sonic is a Dairy Queen. And every single time I see that Dairy Queen, I'm like, man, I really want an Oreo Blizzard right now. And when I when I think that, I'm like, no, 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 don't do that. Just go get Sonic instead, maybe, and then get like their Oreo Blizzard ripoff. And then I do that, and I get my actual food, and then I get the Oreo ripoff, and it's not good. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. But in my brain, I'm like, man, I really just could have wanted an Oreo Blizzard. But I don't want to make like two trips. I don't want to get food and then pull up to another separate drive-in and be like, yo, can I get a single Oreo Blizzard? And they look at my car and they see I've got Sonic. Like, did this dude just double dip on fast food? Like, no, I didn't do that. I didn't. Well, I did, but I didn't do that. I swear, I swear, I swear. I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen. That seems ridiculous. It seems crazy. I don't want that to happen. That'd be nuts. And so I always just avoid it, and I always move on. But today I was like, you know what? I was thinking of going Sonic, but I am gonna saddle in. I'm gonna order an Oreo Blizzard from Dairy Queen, and not only that, I'm gonna order food from Dairy Queen too. And that was my big mistake. That was my big life shattering mistake because I mean, this is an opinion that I have always strongly held. Dairy Queen is a net negative fast food franchise because everybody loves to talk about like, well, it's Dairy Queen. They're not exactly known for their food. They're just kind of serving food as well to increase their sales, and that makes sense. But I think it's fair to judge them as a whole, as a complete realized entity that they are. And every single time I bring this up with like my friends, whenever we discuss about like chain restaurants or whatever, just to like pass the time, I'm always like, yeah, Dairy Queen is dog because their chicken tenders are awful and their fries aren't good either. And my friends are all like, well, why the frick are you judging the ice cream place based off of their meat? You feels like you probably knew what you were getting into there, and that's true. I did. I did know what I was getting into there, but I mean, you gotta judge something as a whole, Like, yeah, their thing is ice cream. That's unavoidable. That's a fact. Their thing is ice cream. I know this. But if you're going if you're going to serve anything else, if you're gonna serve something that's not just ice cream, you should stand by it. You should stand by your word and you should be judged. You should be judged accordingly. And that's what I did. I always stand by this. Dairy Queen's not that good because of the everything else about Dairy Queen. But I was like, okay, you know what? I gotta be a fair hater. I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna order a burger. I've never had a Dairy Queen burger. Maybe secretly their burgers are goated. Maybe secretly their burgers are like God's gift to burgers. And like they hide in the Dairy Queen Garden of Eden because nobody's gonna ever try and order a burger from Dairy Queen. So clearly only the most righteous burger is safe for the most righteous burger seeker, which in this case is me, as the Jerusalemian knight who has come to rescue the chalice of the burger from Dairy Queen. But no, 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 no. Turns out, after all, it was not a great holy voyage into burgerdom. This was an evil, satanic ploy to lure a righteous burger enjoyer like myself into an evil Beelzebub trap. And I said, I think it's Beelzebub, actually. I don't know. Point is, Satan himself made me think this thought, and I was too weak to ignore it. I was too low to take the high road and go to Sonic like I always do with my volition held high, ordering still not that good fast food, but at least it's respectable in nature. But I fell low. And that's the thing. He knew I would fall low eventually. He knew that one day I'd crack and I'd be sitting here waiting on my good friends Ethan and Jom eating a dog ass hamburger. Because this thing sucks, dude. This thing is terrible. This thing is not good. And I've been like trying to make something out of it, but it's messy. Or like it's actually not that bad of a thing. Nope. I take it back. I said messy as as a negative, but that's actually not that bad of a thing. I actually really like messy food. Like really good. On the last episode we uploaded, assuming that they're getting uploaded in order, but in the last episode we uploaded, I opened up discussing chupacabra-ism and eating like a farmland creature would off of a farmer's land, which this isn't exactly the same, but one thing that really stands out to me when eating food is the difficulty of it. And how easy and or hard it is to consume the meal in a sloppiness sense. Like, I think we can agree if I were to have an uncut watermelon and I were to have no knives or sharp materials, that would be harder to eat than, say, a loosely assembled hamburger. But on a sloppiness scale, I think a loosely organized hamburger is going to be a much more dangerous, chaotic dining experience than the watermelon would in this particular instance. But I guess it also depends on how you do it. Because if you were to like take the watermelon, you were just gonna throw it on something, and then you just eat what happens, then in that situation, I guess maybe that one would win out. But if you're just talking like just a human being trying to eat a human being meal, sloppy burger is harder in a sloppiness mess in a sloppiness kind of way, whereas a watermelon would be harder in a generally speaking kind of way. Whoa. And so when I like eat food, I actually really enjoy when it's messy, like a lot. I enjoy when it's messy a lot because um I think that there is something to be proud of in overcoming a nasty meal. You know, nasty in a good way, not in a distaste bad way like this Burger King burger that I'm eating. No, sorry, this Dairy Queen burger that I'm eating right now. I don't know why I just associated those two with the same thing. Probably because they both have king and queen in the title. And my brain runs off of monarchy. I don't know. Anyway, unlike this bad burger that I'm having right now, it's nasty in a good way. And I think that you should take pride in overcoming meals like that, like ribs, for example. Absolutely. Wings with the bone in them, infinitely better than boneless wings because boneless wings don't have bone in them, and you're just eating meat. There's no competition. There's no fight, and there's no spirit. There's no spirit in eating a boneless wing. There's no spirit in eating a boneless wing at all. And so many people will try to argue against this. Oh, I have one friend. Oh, I have one friend, and I get the conversations I've had with this guy about the bone-in versus boneless debate. Oh, it drives me up the wall. It makes me go mad. It makes me go crazy. It makes me go insane, dude. If Ethan and John were here right now, oh, I would tell their ear off about it because I just cannot stop arguing with this guy about it because he won't shut the because his argument makes no sense. His argument and it's the type of argument that a picky eater would make, which he is a picky eater. This fucker doesn't even eat beans, dude. Doesn't even eat beans, and he thinks that he knows which type of chicken's better. He doesn't know what type of chicken's better. Well, okay, here's the argument though. In sake of fairness, here's this dumbass argument that I will present to you right now. Okay, after I finish this burger, hold on. That was terrible. That was truly terrible. His argument, though, his genius brain argument is exactly because it is not as messy. And that you get more chicken. You remove the bone, so therefore the bone is replaced with more chicken. So therefore, you are getting more meal per your order. You're getting more chicken than you would if you were to get a bone-in wing. First of all, riddle me this: is that original chicken? Is that authentic chicken? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, you remove the bone from the chicken and you replace it with more chicken. How did they get the meat there? Hmm. It's almost as if, actually, what they really did is they just took a bunch of chicken, mashed it up into a big old chicky tendy maker, and then gave you big boy adult chicken tenders and called them wings, boneless edition. And your silly little brain, so infected by tribalism, so infected by words meaning things in a certain kind of way, it was like, oh, this must be chicken wing, but without bone. And chicken wing without bone must be more chicken wing. They must have magically make chicken wing, but to only remove the bone and they fill the bone space back in with more chicken. No, dude. They just made a large chicken tender and they served it to your stupid face. And you can't even tell the difference because you're too busy watching football on the gosh dang TV. Whereas a true genuine chicken wing connoisseur, a true genuine chicken wing enjoyer such as myself would understand that The key difference here, sorry, I mean fries now. Actually, I'm not sorry. I don't apologize. They're fine fries, but whatever. Anyway, the point is, to get back on track, proper chicken wing is with the bone in it for this following reason. It feels so much more satisfying to rip something off of the bone than like just eating a normal thing. Like you're taking a piece of a beast and you're like enjoying the beast as it is, you know? You're not flaying it up, you're not dicing it up. You're spicing it up a little bit because you know you're breading it or you're covering it in sauce or whatever. So it's not like you're just taking this creature and consuming it raw, but you're still as close as you can get to eating a raw creature without, having some really bad sickness infect your body or something like that. And that is so important, man. That's so important. Like we're unlucky. I think we're genuinely really unlucky not be able to just eat raw creatures like most animals can. Like the fact that our stomachs are so sensitive and we can't just like kill a beast and then immediately eat the beast then and there. That's so disappointing, dude. That's so disheartening, man. The things that I would do. The things that I would do if it meant that I could just kill a cow and then eat the cow immediately. Oh, that would be so cool. That'd be so sick. Because okay. So when I was in high school, right? When I was in high school, I have two tales about chicken that I can say about high school, but the first one's a lot shorter. Um, Me and my friends, we all went out on a big old picnic before one of our breaks started. I forgot which break, but it was a post-pandemic break, so it wasn't like a really long one, but it wasn't a really short one either. But anyway, um, we all went to go on a picnic, and we were all getting supplies to bring to the picnic to enjoy during our great lunch session. And I spotted a full rotisserie chicken in our local marketplace. So I bought the full rotisserie chicken, as one does. But sorry, I was drinking water. I was still drinking water. But what I did is I bought that chicken with one sole intention in mind, and I bought that chicken to take a bite out of it. I did not buy that chicken for anyone else in the group. I saw it, and as soon as I saw it in my brain, something that I've always, always, always wanted to do since I was a kid was like, wait a second, I could just do that. And I could just do that right now. As a kid, whenever we went into Walmart with like my dad or something and we saw the rotisserie chickens, I was like, dude, what if I just like bit into that? What if I didn't cut it up? What if I didn't do anything to it? I just took this full chicken and I just dug straight into it with my teeth. What if I did that? And then standing there, my last year of high school, I think like my final year being a teenager before becoming a legal adult, and I saw the chicken and I was like, I could just do this. And I did. I bought it. I went to the picnic. And I asked and a friend of mine said that's a cool idea. And I was like, okay, well, you want to like Lady in the Tramp it? So we both grabbed the full rotisserie chicken. I was holding it by one drumstick. He was holding it by the other. And we were both kind of cradling the rest of the chicken. And we just plunged our teeth into it. And when I tell you that this was maybe the most rewarding experience I've ever had in a culinary situation ever, I'm not being hyperbolic. It was so cool. It ruled, dude. It owned. It was awesome. And you wouldn't get it if you weren't about this kind of life. You wouldn't understand it. But you could actually. Like seriously, it was so sick. It was like I bit it and I was like, yeah, that's chicken all right. But it was like there was such an overflow of stimuli, you know? Cuz I had to bite into it and I had to not tear it everywhere, but I had to tear it enough to rip it off, and I had to sense what was meat and what was bone, and how to like torque my jaw in a way to only get the meat and minimalize the bone, and again keep it from flying everywhere because I want to get most of it in my mouth. And my mouth was so full. It was so full because I just bit right into one thing and I just had all of that thing. God, it was so cool. God, it was so cool. I want to do it again. Maybe I will. Maybe I will do it again. God, it was so cool. Anyway, um, Ethan and John, still not here. I'm gonna shoot him a text. I thought they would be here by now, but they aren't. So I'm just gonna shoot him a text real fast. This may sound real annoying on your guys' end because I'm using my phone to record right now. So you guys hearing me text might not be that pleasing, but I'm gonna try to minimize it as best I can. Let me just check real fast. Let's see. Let's see. Where are you guys? And I gotta at the roll. I gotta at the freaking roll. All right. Well, they said they would be here by now, and they're not here, so that's kind of messed up on their part. I'm gonna have to talk to them about this because usually, I will admit, I am the late one. Usually, I am call a little bit behind schedule, as it were. But I've never been like this, dude. I've never been like this. And for one, also, I don't ask them to like start while I'm like away. I don't ask them to do that. But they said, "Hey, just go for it." Entertain the masses. We'll be there in a second. Even said he'd be getting here before Jom did, and he's not around. So I don't know. I guess I'll just wait for Ethan and then wait for Jom. Maybe I'll wait for Jom and then wait for Ethan. I don't know. When one of these guys does show up, we'll discuss the match. It's a really good match, and I really want to. I really want to discuss it. I'm quite stoked to discuss it, but I can't. So I guess I'll sit here and I'll wait. And like it's whatever. It's fine. It's just like I wish they would have warned me. I wish they would have told me like, hey, heads up. It's actually gonna take a lot longer than we thought it would. You know, 'Cause I don't know what Ethan's doing. I don't know what John's doing. But it's taking him a while. And I can't be asked to like sacrifice so much of my day to this. I mean, like I can. 'Cause I like the podcast. I actually really enjoy doing it. And Ethan and John are two really, really good friends of mine, and I love them both. And I'm gonna be seeing Ethan again in a week when we go to Dean. So like, I do a lot for these guys. I love Ethan, man. He's great. I love him, and I can't wait to see him again. And I love John. And I hope that one day I get to see him in person too, probably at a Cameron Quahog match. I love that. But I would also love if they were in this call right now and we were discussing a match. But I can't, and it's fine, it's whatever. But I can. I will. I'll turn this into wrestling though, because I spent so long not discussing wrestling. Because I thought they would be here by now, but they aren't. So let's discuss some wrestling, okay? As I said, I'm gonna be seeing Ethan again, um, in about a week's no, not about a week's time, because when this airs, actually, it'll be the week that I see him, because we're going to Dean together. Um, I'm going to Dean with a homie, and then me and the homie are gonna meet up with Ethan and and Ethan's homie, colloquially known as Ethan's girlfriend, and we're gonna say hello and we're gonna have a good time. So that's exciting. Um, yeah, wow, I just realized that. That's awesome. Sick. Okay. Well. Well, yeah, I'm really excited about it. I'm excited about the drive too, actually, because the last time I drove up there was to Philly. Last time I drove to Philly was actually really, really, really recently. It was also the first time I ever drove to Philly, so this will only be my second time driving to Philly. But I went up there to see a homie who happened to fly in for a shoegaze concert. He was like, "Yo, I'm flying in for the shoegaze concert. You live nearby. You want to come say hello?" I was like, yeah, of course I want to say hello. Absolutely. And I just got in my car and I took a day off work. I drove up there, said hello. We went to our own concert. I fell asleep and I drove back home and then I went to work. And dude, that was so cool. And the drive was great too. The drive was great. I made such good head time. I told him I was gonna be getting there around 1 to 2. And then it turns out I actually like woke up way too early, so I was gonna be getting there more like 12, which is like a really long time from what I said I would. So I was like, you know what? This is perfect actually, because I've got some time to kill. And every single time I've driven up this part of the country, I've never really had a lot of time to just see something. Because I'd always drive by a sign and I'd be like, yo, that sounds wicked, but I'm on a time schedule here. I gotta keep going. Whereas in this particular instance, that would not happen because I had a full hour and, like, I had, like, an hour and a half to just do whatever I wanted, and I'd still get there on time. So I made up my mind that at some point during the drive, I'm gonna veer off the road. Okay, maybe I shouldn't say I'm gonna veer off the road. That sounds. I made a pact that at some point I would crash my car and burn and die, and I'd go to hell, and my friend would wonder where I was, but I'd be in hell, uh, eating Dairy Queen burgers for the rest of my days. But no, that's not what happened. I just swore that I'd get off the road at some point, and if I saw something interesting, and I would just go and do it. And at some point, I saw a sign on the road that was going to lead me to a lake, and I was like, "Okay, you know what, man? I haven't seen a lake in a while. I would love to do that." So I veered across 3 lanes of traffic, um, without stopping, and I turned onto the road that led me to the lake, and it was a very, very beautiful lake. It was so serene and peaceful and calm, and there was, like, this little babbling brook next to the lake, and it was dude, it was so nice. It was wonderful. I remember just, like, sitting there, cause like, I don't know what else you could do at a lake but sit. Or, I mean, like, I guess at a lake, you could, like, maybe fish if you're deranged, or go swimming if you're deranged, or just do a lot of other things if you're deranged, but being the sane and logical and definitely totally normal person that I am, I just sat on a bench and I just looked out at the lake, and it was awesome. I love that lake. I sat there for way, way longer than I intended to, and I actually wound up being late to see my friend because I was just sitting at the lake for so long. But it was so calm, man, and, like, the ripples on it, dude, it was so good, and I remember even just walking to the lake was so nice. It was so nice. I parked my car on a real big old patch of stone, and it was bumpy, and I thought my car wasn't gonna make it, but it did, and then I just walked, and I walked, and I walked along the path of the brook, and I remember seeing that there was, like, a parking lot opposite the brook, like, a couple meters away, and I was like, "Oh, maybe that's where I was supposed to park," and the reason that it was so difficult for me to park was because I parked in the wrong spot, but then I remembered seeing a sign, so I was like, "Oh, no, 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 I parked in the right spot." But anyway, I saw some dudes just talking there, and I was filled with, like, an indescribable sense of just, like, completeness and, like, satisfaction in my life, because I was walking along this babbling brook, and the sun was, like, beaming through the trees, but it wasn't on me because the trees were blocking enough of it, but it wasn't, like, dark because the trees were blocking just enough of it, so I could still see in these little patches of sun, and just it was so calming, and there was no sound, there was just river and my footsteps, but I could still see this parking lot, and I could just see these 2 guys just talking about nothing that I would ever know because I'm not in that conversation, but I just saw them living their lives and, like, you know, being here with me in this moment, and just, like, seeing all this stuff, and it was overwhelming almost in a way. But it wasn't overwhelming because I felt whelmed, but, like, in the best way. I felt comfortably whelmed by the whole experience, and I was like, "Man, this rules. This is awesome. I love this. Thank you for this." And then I got to the park, well, not the park, sorry, I got to the lake rather, and I just kinda just maybe I just sat there and reflected on that, but I didn't really reflect on anything. I just looked at the lake, and, like, maybe 2 or 3 thoughts crossed my head, and all of them were I should really get going, but I couldn't. I was transfixed on this thing. Because if you were in a situation like that, if you were as calmed as I was, I think you'd be doing the same thing too. I really think you would. Well, maybe you wouldn't, but maybe you would. I don't know. Maybe you would. Oof, man, it was a really cool lake. And then on the drive back, well, on the drive back from the lake, rather, not on the drive back from Philly, um, I went past this chapel, and I forgot what the name of it was, but it was just this, like, it was basically like just like a wooden box, you know? It was just big enough to, like, hold a couple pews, so that way people could flood in and worship on the given day, and it had its name in, like, really basic, like, Arial font, um, and then there's a big old cross, and I saw it perched in the woods, in the trees, and I was like, "Whoa. Wow, it would be so cool to be in that building." I was transfixed by that building. I was like, "Dude, that building looks so tight. That building looks awesome, dude." And I drove right past it because I didn't have enough time to turn, but I had to stop to get gas anyway. So I stopped to get gas, and I looked on my map, and I was like, "Hmm, it would take me like 15 to 20 minutes to drive straight back the direction I came if I wanted to go to that church." But I really wanted to go. So I got in my car and I just drove right back there. I immediately backtraced and I pulled in and there was only one maintenance truck there, which probably should have tipped me off that it was closed, but I was like, dude, I gotta at least try, right? I gotta at least try. Because I don't know why I was so enamored by this place, but I think it was just like the idea of a place of worship. Because I've always been interested in places of worship and like these holy, sanctimonious, like locations that aren't touristy, like, I'm not interested in the Vatican or the Mecca or something like that, because, I mean, maybe touristy isn't the right word for the Vatican or the Mecca, but, like, you know what I mean, like, a place that exists larger than itself and, like the brain of somebody who doesn't even follow the religion or doesn't even live in the location that it is, Like, not like that. I'm more, like, interested in just, like, a church, like, just a basic ass church or just a basic ass place of worship of any religion that is clearly like not one of any sort of popularity at all. Like you come in and it feels holy, you know? Like it feels like just like a place that you're meant to just be so nonchalant in, you know? You have to walk, you have to keep your voice down. You can't emote in any way. You just have to be there because it just feels so wrong to like accidentally blasphemize this place. Even if you don't follow the religion, and I don't follow like Christianity, but I saw this chapel, man. It just called to me because like I was like, what does the inside of that look like? Like what does this box in the middle of the woods on the way to a lake look like? Right? Can hold 50 people maybe in the pews if they really wanted to. But what would it be like? Like that's where I think you'd find something religious. Like that's I think where you would have a true religious experience and you'd come to find yourself and you'd come to find your state would be in like a situation like that because it's so far removed from what I think you would imagine. But anyway, um I tried the door and it was locked, so I couldn't go in. Um and I heard something fall on the inside and I was like, "Huh, I wonder if that's related." And I got in my car and then as I was pulling out, I saw the maintenance guy come out with like a helmet on and a flashlight on the helmet, so he was probably doing work. And I just got in my car and I drove away. And I saw him just chill by his truck for a long time. And I was really afraid that I was going to die. But I didn't. Thankfully, I did not, because I would probably not have liked to die there. That would have been a really unfortunate place to go. Especially when I was planning to veer my car off and crash and burn and go to hell like a couple minutes later. So he would have thrown my plans off there. But, I don't know. I need to go to more places like that. I need to, like, well, that's the issues, like, how do you can't plan that, you know? Like, "Oh, I need to go to see more places like this." Well, yeah, but, like, how am I supposed to do that? Do I just look up churches near me and then just, like, just try and find one that seems to fit the bill? I don't know. I think these are just things that you stumble upon, you know? I think these are just, like, locales that you just happen to find. Like, for example, one time, actually, I was going down this little hiking path that was by a park that I wanted to visit. I was up for training and I was there really early. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go find a park nearby. So I just looked up parks, found one, I drove to the park and I parked and I saw another running river, another little babbling brook, and I'm weak to those things. I was like, all right, I'm gonna follow this thing until it tells me to stop following it. And as I was going, it connected to another much more calmer, much more serene, peaceful river, like one that was very, very polite to see, one that was really still, it was tranquil, whereas the other one was roaring and was constant, and there was rocks that it was beating up against. This one just, like, flew, It just glowed. It just glid. It glid over itself. There was no nothing going on, no ripples, no anything, except for like one little part where it fell down in like a little miniature waterfall. And I saw that there was a path that was behind this river that nobody was using. So I just went up it. And I remember as I was going up it, a couple that was walking on the path below stopped and just like looked at me. And they were a really old couple. And they just completely stopped dead in their tracks and they watched me climb up this hill. And I was like, huh, why are they doing that? Why are they doing that? That's really weird. But I paid it no mind. But it made it feel more like it made it feel more like forbidden almost, like this really old couple who've been together for so long were like looking at me and they're like, huh, I never realized that was there. Did you realize that was there? No, I didn't realize that was there at all. Or maybe, oh, he's walking up that path. Poof, he doesn't know. I feel sorry for him. You know, whatever they were thinking. Or just like, hey, look at that guy. He's climbing up that hill. Poof, kids. I hate those people. I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking. But I knew that it made it feel more cool. And when I got up there, it was so worth it because there was just like this whole family of robins, like it was all robins, dude, all robins and sparrows, and they were all just there were so many, like everywhere I looked, there was one, everywhere. I couldn't move without one flying away, and I sat on a bench and I just watched one robin and or sparrow. I don't know which one it was, but I just watched one of them just like chill and like move around and pick around and look for food. I just like watched that guy do that for like a couple minutes, and it was just so cool and it was awesome. And I kept going, and I found another path that went off of that path. And when I climbed up that path, like, we went into this huge open field with just no trees, no nothing, just complete horizon skyline of like the highway that I drive down every single day to get to training. And I saw it in a new angle that I'd never seen it in before because I'd never seen it from this angle. How could I ever have seen it in this angle if I didn't find this thing? And I was looking at this thing that I do every single day, but now I'm seeing it in a way that I never ever could have imagined. Because like, why would anyone ever see those hills that they see on their like average commute and go, "Oh, I bet I could get on that hill." But you can get on that hill, and it's so cool when you get on that hill because you just get to see this thing in just a whole new way. No, nobody respects that. Nobody likes how cool that is, man. And I walked down the field and I kept walking, and I kept walking until I saw a building. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna see what building this is because I've been going for a while now, and I gotta know what this building is. Clearly, I'm meant to be at this building right now, and it was a church. And I was like, holy crap, it's a church. Can you believe it? And then the door was locked. Well, the door wasn't locked actually. I didn't try the door because I got really afraid, and I actually just walked back immediately. But that's something that I'm gonna rectify. I'm gonna go to training early again. I'm gonna walk that exact same path, and I'm gonna use the freaking door. I'm gonna use the door, and I'm gonna go in there because I made the mistake of not going in there last time because I felt like, well, what if you have to be a member to this church or something, you know? What if you got to be like a member? But no, clearly that's what I'm talking about. Well, I just stumbled across that thing, walking through the woods, and then through a field, and then down a hill, and then I happened to come across this place of worship. So clearly, if I were to go in there and I were to find a cross and I were to pray, it would come true. It would have to come true. Even when I'm not a Christian, even when I'm not a believer in that whatsoever, it had to have worked. It must have worked. If I really wanted it to work, it had to have worked, right? I don't
Hey,
know. I didn't. Oh, whoa, John.
hey, Cake,
Hi,
what's up? What's up? What are you doing?
man. What's going on?
Yeah, no, what are you doing?
What do you mean? I was waiting for you. You said you would be here in a minute, and you are. Now I just gotta wait for Ethan. What? Whoa! No, 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 no! Oh no! No! Oh no! He's gone, dude. He's gone, dude. This is so no, 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 no. Where'd he go, dude? Okay, you guys heard that, right? Craig caught that, right? Craig caught that. He must have caught that. He wouldn't have not caught that. No, dude, you've got to come back to me. You've got to come back to me, John. John, you've got to come back to me. No. Oh, I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna kill myself. He was right here. Oh, he was right here. Oh, oh my God! Why did he just like hop in like he didn't know what I was talking about? He acted so confused. He acted like he had no idea what I was doing. Dude, come on, man. Come on. Now I'm just like, now I'm just upset. Now I'm just downright upset, dude. That was so uncalled for. Okay, you know what? No, I think I'm overreacting. He was probably just doing like a funny little haha bit, and he's gonna be back in a minute. I'm gonna text him. I'm gonna text him though. I'm gonna text him real fast because I don't. I mean, I just want like confirmation that that was a bit, which I know that like that defeats the purpose of the bit. If I were to like if I were to get confirmation on it being a bit, I'm also gonna move my phone so it's a bit more um good now because I was eating and I stopped eating like a while ago. But like, man, he could have just like told me that he would be a while. I got so excited. I got so excited. Now I gotta wait. I gotta wait for Ethan too. Ethan hasn't even pulled up. At least with John, I know he's alive. Ethan's probably like, I don't know. I don't even know what Ethan's doing. He's he's gone. He's disappeared. He's not seen. Is he okay? Is he okay? That's a good question. Is Ethan okay? Maybe I should text. Maybe I should text him first, not John. No, I don't know. I'll just text them. I'll just text them both. I'll just text them both. Oh, that's annoying, isn't it? That's probably annoying for you guys too, because you probably were like so excited to hear John, and you were so ready to like hear us talk about wrestling and like just like have a good time discussing wrestling. And then this guy just like disappeared and he just like doesn't show up. Like that's oh boy. Well, I mean, it's annoying for me too because I really want to start this episode. I really want to talk about the wrestling match. But no, 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 no. He's got a schedule. Dom has a schedule. He's got something important to do. He's got some important stupid Dom stuff to do. He's gotta go to Jom Elementary. He's gonna learn his Jom physics. He's gotta do his Jom test. He's gotta freaking go to Jom his Jom job. He's gonna get his job paycheck. He's gonna go to freaking get in his John car and crash and go to hell and eat Burger King. No, Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen. Burger King doesn't deserve to be in hell. Well, I don't know. I've had Burger King one single time. So maybe they do deserve to be in hell. Maybe they should go to hell. I don't know. Actually, that's a good question. Um, yeah, which fast food should go to hell? Hold on. I need to think about this. Panda Express should not go to hell. I think Panda Express should have a one-way ticket to heaven. That's my honest opinion. And you could quote me on that. And if anything bad ever happens, and the Panda Express CEO is outed as being like a homophobe or an anti-Semite or a whole bunch of other things, then well, anyway, yeah. Anyway, McDonald's should go to hell. Specifically, Ronald McDonald. Ronald McDonald should definitely be in hell. He is an evil creature, and I think he feeds off of the souls of children. And that's a shoot. You can quote me on that. That's a real opinion that I have. I think that the Green Giant should go to heaven, definitely. I think that the Captain Crunch mascot, depending on how well he treated his crew, he should go to heaven. But if he was rude to his crewmates and made a lot of them walk the plank, he should definitely burn in the depths of hell. Wendy? Wendy should go to purgatory. I don't think she should go to hell, but I don't think she should go to heaven either. I think she's more like a purgatory person. No, I just remembered her rap mixtape. She should definitely go to hell. Who else? Who else? I was gonna rank fast foods, but then I realized that ranking that like doing that would be wrong. This feels more correct, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. I think the hamburger helper, he should go to hell. He's not like an evil creature per se, I don't think, but he's also just like an affront to God and like his vision because like no hand should be alive, So he should definitely. If I had to say, I think he should be in hell. Um, I think maybe. Oh, the tuna fish, like the sun-kissed tuna fish dude, definitely in hell. Fish should not wear glasses. That is a demon in the shape of a fish. Should be in hell. However, alternatively, the chicken of the sea woman, the mermaid, should not be in hell. She should be in heaven because I think that's really important to discuss. That's a really important thing to think about. Um, What other tuna mascots are there? I know that's the only two that I could think of, right? They're the only ones, right? Like those are the only ones. They have to be the only ones. There's no other tuna, right? Like if you, I don't know. I like that. I think those are the only ones. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Anyway, point is, one of them's going to hell. One of them's going to heaven. Um, the Chester the cheetah. This isn't even fast food. I'm just ranking mascots now. But Chester the cheetah, super heaven. Higher than heaven. Chester the cheetah should escape samsara, dude. He should achieve nirvana, and he should like go to like a realm of like kaivalya. He should be out of here, bro. This dude needs to he needs to be liberated from this mortal coil, but in the best possible way. This spiritual coil too. His soul needs to find a higher plane of existence. I love Chester the cheetah, bro. He deserves that. He deserves that. That is a mascot that deserves that type of thing. 100%. 100%. Gerber baby, hell, immediately. The California raisins, uh, hmm, hmm, hmm. Well, I know that there's like that classic stereotype that a lot of folk artists or just artists in general sold their souls to become great artists, to become great players. I know Reservation Blues did that in a very notable way, and the Coen brothers teased it in "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou," but they never confirmed it. And in a strange way, you could argue that Soul also did that too by having a white woman go into the body. Um, but I think in the case of the California Raisins, for most of them, I think it's all talent, and they should definitely go to heaven. But I think one of them did sell their soul. I don't know which one though. If I had to guess, I'm gonna say it's the singer. I don't think raisins have those pipes naturally, and I think they all knew it, and they all just kind of like didn't bring it up. They kind of knew he was doing some black magic shit, and he's going to hell, and they just don't want to bring it up. So he's going to hell. The rest of them are going to heaven. That's gonna suck, but I'm sure they'll find another talking raisin to like fill in that gap and have him be there. So I don't think that's that much of a concern for him. Um, yeah, I don't think that's gonna be much of an issue at all. Actually, the bee from Cheerios. I don't know if I could rate this one objectively speaking. I have a real soft spot for the bee from Cheerios. I forgot his name. Oh, Buzz. His name is Buzz, right? It's just some dumb bee pun like that. I think his name is Buzz. He should. I don't know. I can't. I can't do it. I can't rank him. I can't rank him because he has such a close spot in my heart and in my soul. Like I can't do that to him, man. I love. Oh, I don't know. Me and him, we have like a complicated relationship, I guess. Because okay, when I was growing up, I played. This is real. I played Honey Nut Cheerio games on my family computer constantly. Very, very regularly. I would go on to the honeynutcheerios.com website and I would play their funny little games, and they had little comics and they had little animations, and there was like an evil mummy that at some point wanted to kill Buzz, and I think he tried to derail a train and kill like a ton of civilians too. I don't know if that was the mummy, but there was definitely a canonical moment in Buzz the Bee lore where a whole train is going to die of a terrorist attack, and only he could save them by using the power of honey. And then I think they plug Cheerios at the end, which is crazy. It's crazy. That's crazy to think about. There was one game about like I think a bank, and like a bank was trying to be robbed, and I do like basic simple math, but I got bored of that, so I stopped playing that one. Um, that was a really deep part of my childhood, actually. Do you remember there was this one that actually was like on the back of the Honey Nut Cheerio boxes, and it was like this huge vault. It was like you gotta solve the vault, and there was like these really cryptic riddles, and it was like huge. It took up the whole back of the box, and it was like if you solve this, you could get a chance to win $1 gajillion billion. $100 billion will be sent straight to your account if you can solve this Honey Nut Cheerio vault. I remember that. That was real, right? I'm not. That's like I don't think that's like a McMillions thing, but that was real, right? I feel like I remember that being real. That seems real to me. But that like those things, like I said, that's a big part of my childhood. No, it's not that big. It was actually kind of like a minor part of my childhood, but I still like hold them in high esteem, and I don't think I could accurately judge on whether Buzz the Bee would be going to heaven or hell or not, or if he would be stuck in purgatory, or if nothing would happen to him and he would just be in a void forever, dead, and never have a thought ever again, ever. I don't think I could say that about Buzz the Bee because I have too much personal attachment to him. So I think when Jom or Ethan join the pod and they can give their own take on it, maybe I'll ask them and I'll see what they have to think about it because I don't know when Job's coming back. I don't know if Ethan is gonna come back ever. But when they come back in, I'll ask them whether they think he should be in heaven or hell or purgatory or non-existence. Um, but I guess I'll have to wait till then. Yeah, no, I guess that wasn't like that big of a part of my childhood, but it was big enough that I guess I figured it was worth mentioning. A much larger part of my childhood was movies and TV shows. That was something that I did all the time. Because me and my family, we did not have cable, so I couldn't watch anything that was necessarily new unless it was on a DVD that my dad bought. And my dad bought a fair share of DVDs. He bought a ton of them. And I remember there were three movies that I consider my childhood movies. These are movies that I watched so many times that if I really wanted to, I think I could tell you exactly what happens in order, chronologically, start to finish, for all three of these movies with relative ease and only a few mistakes. And those movies are Speed Racer, The Blues Brothers, and The 36th Chamber of Shaolin. All of these movies I watched so many times growing up. It is insane. I broke the DVD on Speed Racer because I played it too much. I broke the DVD on the Blues Brothers because I played it too much, so much so that I then bought a copy of the Blues Brothers to give to my dad as a birthday present, so then I could watch it some more still. And then the 36th Chamber of Shaolin never broke because it was too powerful to have ever broken. Because look at it, it's the 36th Chamber of Shaolin, and I love that movie. That movie rules. It is an awesome, awesome, awesome movie. And I'm amazed that my dad showed it to me as many times as he did when I was growing up. But that movie is sick. Remember that part where he headbutts like sandbags? And like that's like the whole room. Is his ass just keeps headbutting the shit out of sandbags. And then like the temple master of that floor has this big old hand because he's short. So he has like this like extendo arm that you would like see a kid use to grab chips from their bed if they were sick or if they were just lazy. And like he just slaps bro on the head. He's like, "You're not hitting it hard enough. You gotta hit it harder, you dumbass." And like I forgot what the moral of that level was. I think like all of them like were trying to teach him something about how to be a better fighter, but then his ass is just like, nah, you just gotta hit it harder. You gotta get your brain in the game. You just gotta hit you just gotta hit these bags of sand harder with your head, brother. That's the only way to get past my level is if you just hit these bags of sand even harder. That guy fucking ruled. I think that was maybe my favorite chamber of Shaolin. And also, I'm pissed that they never showed us all of them. They should have showed us all 35 chambers of Shaolin and then the 36th one at the end. I'm so mad they never did that. But oh man, what are the other ones? The other one that stands out to me a lot, and this was the one that I think made me fall in love with rice as like a concept. 'Cause I love rice. I love eating rice. I think rice is one of the great gifts of this world. Genuinely, wholly, truly, I love rice so much. I love rice so much, and I think this is what made me love it. Because like my family made rice enough times that I think I fell in love with it because of eating it a lot. But I also think this exact specific scene made it seem like just the most rewarding thing ever. So the scene is, well, I mean, you've probably seen it. If you haven't seen 36 Chamber of Shaolin, fix that right now because it rules. But anyway, I think it's like one of the most early chambers in the whole movie because it revolves around him eating. And I think that's why it's like the first chamber, maybe because all the other monks and all the other guys just get to walk right around this and they get to eat and have a good time. Where he has to instead balance himself on barrels. There's barrels floating in water, and he has to balance himself on the barrels, or else he will fall into the water, and then he will be forced back to the start. So he jumps on the barrel, go funny, haha, fall into water, sploosh, splash, spleesh, and then he has to pull up and do it again. And he fails so often that when he finally gets over, all the rice that is left is like some bare scraps. And he gets like none of it, and he's like, he looks so sad. I'm like, dude, no, no, this dude just got rice water. Oh no, I felt so bad for him. But once he mashes it and he gets like an actual genuine bowl of rice, Oh my god, it was like the most rewarding thing I've ever seen. And this guy, I remember, he like hits it in such a cool way that like the rice falls into it. Ethan, when you edit this, buddy, show a clip of me describing this right now, okay? Show a clip right now of this dude hitting the rice in a cool, badass, fucking awesome, rad, fucking cool, fucking badass kind of way into a bowl. Because that's exactly what he does. And it's so fucking cool. And I think that's what made me fall in love with rice. God, I love rice. And I think that's what did it. I think that's what did it. It was oh man, it was so cool. It was so cool seeing him do that. Dude, it was tight. It was tight. And now again, that wasn't even the best chamber. That was not even the best chamber of Shaolin. There were so many other good ass chambers of Shaolin in that thing. Um, there was the one where it was training his eye reflexes. So they had bro in like two stages. It was like hand to hand reflex and then eye reflex. Or maybe they was two separate stages. These might have been just two separate chambers and I'm confusing them as one. I mean there are 36 of them, so it makes sense that I might just be congesting two of them together or not. I don't know. I could be mistaken. But anyway, the first one that I'm thinking of though is hand to hand, where some monk master will be shining a light on a pillar, and you have to hit the pillar, right? Like there would be a miller, miller. There'd be a miller. No, there'd be a mirror attached to all these pillars. The miller pillar, as it's often known, if you're a monk. Um, Yeah, he shines his candle all these Miller pillars, and depending on which one lights up, he has to hit it. And he's going crazy, like boom, bam, boom, ba, boo, ba, ow, ba, boom, ba, ba, ba. But like the monk guy's like no, no, and he shines it even faster. It's like psh, psh, ba, boom, ba, 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 boo, psh. Dude, oh my god, it was so cool. But then the other one is the one that was even cooler somehow, and I'm still not even sure how they made this like make sense at all. But it was the idea that this guy had to put his head in between two burning like logs of incense. Like it wasn't just like a little bit of incense. It was like enough incense to like have like a kit, like a bundle of sticks if you want to make a fire, dude. There was that many like bundles of incense between this dude's head, and he had to sit there with his head in between these two bundles, and he had to just look. And like the monk master was like shining this light on something, and somehow he would be able to tell if he was looking at it. I don't remember. Oh, that's what it. Why? I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. I think what it was is he had a candle. It is the same guy. It is the same guy because he had the can. Yes, it is the same guy. It is the same guy because he had the candle. And the candle, um, he did like a pendulum, and the pendulum went back and forth. Ethan, show a clip of this. 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 He had the candle and it went back and forth, and it was like click, clack, clack, click, clack, click, clack, and he had to follow it. Just go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and but then he would go so fast that that our hero, whose name I've forgotten forever now, has he moves his head too quickly and he burns himself. And that's the thing. Is like, oh, you have to watch my candle. You have to follow my candle, monk master apprentice. Otherwise, you will burn and it will hurt, and you'll be like, ow, oof, ouch, owie, ow, pain. You know. Um, so yeah, and that was really cool. I remember seeing that a lot. I remember it made like a really funny sound too. Like once he like honed in and like he locked his eyes, it made a really awesome zoom in on his eye, and it made like this weird like I don't know, man. It was like a it was like a weird sound like that, but like way cooler. It kind of like sounded like I imagine a fake hawk would screech. Like if you were to imagine an artificial hawk screeching, it sounded like that. Um, but yeah, no, that was cool. I love that movie, dude. The movie rules. I always forgot why he like wanted to become a monk master. Like also I know it's not even what they're called, but that's what I'm choosing to call them. But yeah, I remember he wanted to do it, but like I don't remember why. Like I don't actually recall why he did it. I just remember that he did it, you know? But I don't remember what his intentions were. I just remember that he was doing it, and it was for a good reason. I think it was like an evil warlord on the land or something. So I don't know. But maybe I couldn't recite that one as like pitch perfect as I thought I could. But let me tell you, if I would give one all of my life savings to one of you listeners out there if I could not recite Blues Brothers from memory. Oh, I could recite Blues Brothers. I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna recite the Blues Brothers from memory. I'm gonna check my DMs to see if Ethan and Jom have responded to me yet or not. Looks like they haven't. Still kind of annoying. Especially when Jom was just here. But I digress. I'm gonna recite the Blues Brothers to you perfectly. Check this out, okay? I will admit, I'm not gonna do it like line perfectly or anything. I'm not gonna do it like picture perfect. I'm just gonna explain as my brain remembers it, okay? But it starts out with an establishing shot of what I can only assume is Chicago, and it looks dystopian. And it, for whatever reason, my brain goes, "Oh, this is Blade Runner. I'm watching Blade Runner," but I'm not. I'm watching the Blues Brothers, which is not Blade Runner. Sorry, I had to get some water. But anyway, I'm not watching Blade Runner. I'm watching the Blues Brothers, but it looks really dystopian and sad. Then there's some establishing shots of a prison. I remember on the outside there's a concrete statue of a dog, and I thought that was so weird, and I thought the dog had died. And then it cuts into the prison. There's a prison guard walking the halls, banging his baton on all the boards, or should I say, the bars rather. And all of the people in the prison are angry at him and want him to die and go to hell and eat Dairy Queen. But he does not. He keeps going until he stops in front of one such penitentiary cell. The guy that he's trying to wake up is asleep on his cot. So he hits him in the head with the baton and it makes a funny sound. It makes a, you know, it's like a cartoon sound. He does not wake up. I forgot to mention he's with another guard, and the other guard is like, "Come on, man, wake up, wake up, wake up." Still not waking up. It's like, "Yo, come on, man, wake up." The other guard hits him with the baton again, and it makes an even funnier sound this time. It's like, and, it's like, no, it's not like it's more just like it's like a like that. Well, I guess it's more of like hold on, this is my last try. Last try for right now, at least I promise it's ready. My word is my bond. Okay, here we go. 5 like that, but like minus the just the just the anyway. Um, then it cuts to him walking down the hall with these two guards. We do not see his face throughout this entire thing, but he's wearing his prison blues, a blue shirt, blue pants. Eventually, it gets to this guy who I think is from Napoleon Dynamite, but I'm not confident, but I think he's from Napoleon Dynamite. I would Google that right now, but I'm just going to stick to my guns here. Kip from Napoleon Dynamite begins listing this man his items. And he's like, one belt, black, one jacket, black, one shirt, white, one pair of pants, black, one hat, and then he punches the hat, black. Then, quick cut to the outside. There's a man. No, 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 no. Quick cut actually to the man in prison's hands, tapping on the desk, and it says Jake on his knuckles. We can conclude that this man is named Jake, or he has a close personal friend or lover named Jake, or he dislikes the word. It goes back to listing items. Um, one pair of sunglasses, black. One pair of shoes, black. Then another quick cut. Maybe list some more stuff, but I remember cutting then to a person in a car. And on the car is wheel are two hands. And what is tattooed on the hands? Elwood, of course. This must be Elwood. Maybe he's Jake, and Elwood is the one in prison. I don't know. Or maybe, again, he just likes the name Elwood. Cuts back, man in prison. One pair of cigarettes, one pack of cigarettes. One pencil. No, no, no. One pack of cigarettes. And he also has
I'm so upset that I was muted. I joined while I was driving home from work and
oh,
potentially
Ethan,
because I want
welcome.
to
Hi.
tell you
Yeah,
that I
cool.
officially know
No,
your
no, I'm
waves.
glad you're here, dude. I was okay, sorry. I just gotta wait for
Driving
Jom
is
now
the
and then we
move,
can like get
especially
started.
when you're muted. When
What
you're
up?
muted,
What?
podcasting while driving is definitely the move, especially when you're muted.
Yeah, no, I get it, man, but it's cool. I'm glad you're here though. I just gotta wait for Jom to pull up and then
Yeah.
we should be able to get going.
Oh, sounds good.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I don't know why it took you guys so long, but like I'm glad you're here for one. I'm not like mad or anything. I'm not upset.
Could you remind me what match we're talking about right
Yeah,
now?
yeah, yeah, yeah. So, I know that we were gonna be doing oh my God, no. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, you know what? No. Fuck him. Fuck Ethan. And fuck Jom. I'm gonna keep describing the Blues Brothers. I'm not gonna get hung up on this. I'm just fuck him, dude. If he wants to be like this, he could be like this, okay? I'm describing the Blues Brothers, and I'm not gonna quit. I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna keep discussing this freaking movie, all right? I'm not gonna even text him. He's gonna come back in and he's gonna be so you know no 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 okay 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 okay. He's just, all right. You know what? This guy, his pockets, he's got some change, and the change is in like a UPS mailing bag. It's like you got like a couple dollars and some cents in change. You got one condom unused, and he takes out his pencil and he pulls up a used condom. He's like one soiled, funny little pose, and then he takes out this clipboard and he goes sign here, and then he takes out the pen and Jake just signs X's because even though he has his name tattooed on his literal fucking hand, he doesn't know how to spell it, which is really funny. Oh, I'm upset. I'm mad. I'm mad. oh, dude, this is, come on. What? Come on, man. Whatever. Like I said, I'm chilling. I'm big chilling. I'm not hung up on it. I'm fine. It's whatever. It's whatever. I'm not gonna focus on it. 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 Anyway. He signs himself out of prison and he gets out of prison. And then this beautiful thing happens. This beautiful moment happens. It's majestic. It I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I can keep going. Man, I was really excited to talk about this too. Like I was really excited to talk about the Blues Brothers. I would kind of like I even made my peace with it. I was like, okay, you know what? Like they're not gonna be coming like that. I don't know. They're like trolling me or something. I don't know. Like it's whatever. I mean, like it's fine. I just man, like man, I don't know. I don't know. Like like they don't like that. I'm like I said, they're like my closest friends. You know, I'm seeing Ethan at Dean like April 4th. I'm gonna be seeing him face to face, and like he's doing this to me. Like I don't get it, man. I don't know. Like I know. Like I shouldn't be like upset. I know I shouldn't like beat myself up about it either. It's like I'm sure they have like their reasons, but like he was like I mean, come on, why are you gonna ask that and then leave? Like, oh, what match are we talking about again? And then like he just like dips, you know, like that's so, like that was so intentional. Like he clearly intended to do that. I'm like, did they plan this? Did, like, they plan for this? I don't. I'm just gonna. I don't. Um. I. Uh. I will. I don't know. Tell you what. I'm gonna walk to my apartment real fast. I've been in my car this whole time. I'm gonna go up to my apartment. I'm gonna plug my phone. I'm just gonna use this walk to think and just like get my thoughts in order. And then when I come back, I will keep talking about I don't know the Blues Brothers, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll text them, see if they see if they respond. I don't know. Yeah, this shouldn't take too long. I'm just gonna go walk upstairs and I'm gonna go plug my phone in. I'm not gonna mute because again it's just gonna be real quick. So yeah, just give me a second. Can you like hear any of this? Is this like any of this even coming through? I don't know. I can't believe it, man. Like, so uncool. So uncool. Could have just like told me, I guess. I don't know. Like, I feel like my shirt was like a match that we all liked too. Yeah. I could just like chosen a match that only I found cool, but like no, I'd like a match that we all like agreed was awesome. They just, I don't know. Maybe they like weren't as big fans of it as I thought they were. I don't know. It's nice outside though, I guess. Maybe they're just like busy. Uh, I could just be reading into it. I could just be reading into it. That's probably what's happening anyway. I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. Crying over spilled milk, all that jazz. Oh, all that jazz. All that jazz is a really good movie. I could probably recite all that jazz from memory too, actually. It's not like a childhood movie of mine or anything. It just owns. It's really good. You know, it's kind of funny because I've never actually seen Cabaret, and I feel like I should, given, how autobiographical. Well, not given how autobiographical. It's like, it's all that jazz. You know, if you've seen all that jazz, you know what I mean. Like, yeah, we have to watch that. I've been meaning to watch Up. Yeah, I haven't seen Up in a while. I think that'd be good. That'd be a good mood lifter, actually. I can go for watching Up. Yeah, that'd be nice. Okay. I had some time to think about it. I'm cool. I'm chilling. Um, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. Um, yeah, I just had to. That walk helped a lot. Actually, that walk was really calming. It was really nice out today, or tonight rather. It's nighttime right now where I'm at. It's really beautiful out. A lot of crickets. A lot of crickets, but like in a good way. You can tell. I mean, I'm like, I'm more quiet because I'm just like I'm still bummed out, but like, you know, I'll feel better. It's cool. So like, I don't need to like be ignored about it. And like, I feel like they'll still be coming. Like, I don't mind waiting. Like, I did get a text back from Jom that he would be back. So I know that at least he'll be here, and I don't want to give up on this. So I'm cool with just hanging out until he gets here. It's cool. Yeah. So I feel good. Um, wind's been taking on my sails a little bit, but I feel good. I feel good. So, yeah, it was really nice out. It's really, really, really pretty, really, really, really pretty outside. Um, it's not firefly season yet, but we do have fireflies out here, which apparently is like actually a real rarity because they're not going extinct, I don't think, but they are endangered, which I guess means that they're going extinct. Apparently, I don't know. I could be wrong about that, but I remember hearing someplace that fireflies are not doing so good lately, and that sucks, man. Because having seen them now, because there weren't any where I'm at, or at least where I used to be at. So seeing them now was whoa. I mean, it was awesome. It was a really, really beautiful experience. Because I remember, first time I saw them, I was driving back from training, and I just saw like a little flash of like ember, out of the corner of my eye, and I was like, "What was that?" And then like routinely, I would just kind of see them just kind of like appear, and I kept thinking that like it was just like a trick of the light, like something was just like reflecting off of my windshield or something, and like that wasn't actually there. It was just like a weird optical thing. But no, I asked my friend, I was like, "Are there fireflies out here?" And he was like, "Yeah, yeah, no, we have like a whole firefly season." I was like, "Whoa!" I never thought I'd see one in person, honestly. 'Cause they're like these. They're like think about a firefly, dude. They are weird creatures to think about. Like this creature that can just like have like the ability to make light. That's crazy. Like, and not like an anglerfish, but like it just makes light. Yeah, and actually, an anglerfish is crazy too. Any creature that just make light is so cool, dude. It's so cool seeing them in person. I sucks that they're endangered though. And did you know that apparently tigers are endangered too? Like, just the concept of tiger is endangered right now, and they could be extinct by like 2026. Hold on, I need to Google that actually. Tigers extinction year. Oh, that's description. I typed it so bad that I thought I said description. Tigers extinction year. Yeah. There is an alleged ability that tigers may only be available in zoos by 2030. So ain't that crazy? By 2030, we could have tigers only in zoos. So enjoy them while you got them. Oh man, that's crazy. Tigers, dude. Tigers. Tigers. Think about that. Think about if you don't get to tell your grandchildren think if you have to describe to your grandchildren what a tiger is. Because they'll just never get to see one ever because there won't be one ever. That's crazy, right? Wow. Okay, back to the Blues Brothers, though. So, anyway, they just got out of prison. Well, this mystery guy who we don't know just got out of prison. And this huge radiant beam of light is coming out from behind him, and it's like, whoa, what is that? What is that huge radiant beam of light I see? It's the sun. The sun is rising from behind him. How is this possible if he's coming out of prison? Don't ask these such silly questions. He just has that ability to do so. And the sun and the music starts swelling, and it's like this huge trumpet orchestra just going like "Bwah, bwah," like really cool and awesome and sick and awesome and cool. And then it cuts to the guy by the car standing there. It goes like "Bwah, bwah," and then like they walk and they meet up, and then close up. First time we see this guy's face, and it's Jim Belushi, and it says Jim Belushi as Jake Blues. Then another boing boing, and it cuts to Dan Aykroyd, and it says Dan Aykroyd as Elwood Blues. And then it's boing 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 boing, and then it cuts to a wide shot of the both of them. And in this wide shot, they are staring at one another. Music swells. It says in the Blues Brothers, and then they hug as She Got the Katie starts playing. Which I don't think is the name of that song at all, actually. I think it's is it She Got the Caddy, maybe? That could be it. As in like she got the car, left me a mule to ride. That could be it. Because I know it's about uh a guy losing his car because his woman took it and he doesn't have a car anymore. I know it's about that, but I don't recall if it's about I don't recall the lyrics though. I should, but I don't. I don't have the ability to recall such things. But anyway, it's like a she got the Katie, left me a mule to ride. A hard-headed woman, hard-headed woman. And it's like that. It's a good song. It's a really good song, actually. Trumpets are really good in it. Um, and while the song's playing, it's more establishing shots of Bluestopia, also known as Chicago. And, it's kind of just going through the motions of just showing the city. Because they were really only showing us average shots of the prison when they were doing the like opening. So now during like the opening, they're actually showing more of Chicago, which I think is Chicago. It might not be Chicago, but I'm pretty sure it's Chicago. And they were just like driving, having a good time, having a great time. Eventually, Jake Blues is the one to break the silence, though, as he has some questions to ask Elwood. I do not recall the exact dialogue that is said here, but it's something along the lines of like, what do you call this? He's like, what are you talking about? My first day out of the joint, my own brother picks me up in a police car. Oh, sorry, I forgot the well, thank you. It's like, well, thank you, pal. First day out of the joint, my brother picks me up in a police car. And he was like, oh, what do you want from me? They were down at the police sale practically giving them away. And he's like, but what about the caddy? The caddy, man, the Bluesmobile. Where's the Cadillac? He was like, "Oh, I sold it." He was like, "You sold the Bluesmobile for this?" And he goes, no, for a microphone." And then Jake was like, "Oh, you know what? That makes sense. I see that. I can see why you would do that. That makes sense. I can see why you would do that." Keeps driving. I think he asked some more questions about the band, and yeah. He asked some more questions about the band. He's like, "Well, what happened to the band?" He's like, "Well, actually, oh, there is no band." He's like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, but like if I told you that, you probably wouldn't have made it out of prison. Like this band was the only thing keeping you alive, Jake. And I didn't want you to die, so I just had to keep saying that we had a band, even though we didn't." Um, and so Jake's like, "Man, what the flip? First you sell the Bluesmobile, and then you tell me that I don't even got a band anymore? Oh my God, what's next? What's next? There's no end. There's no end. I'm going crazy." And then, and then, uh, and then they're like sitting in like a standstill because a boat is about to travel under a bridge, and like they do that thing where like the bridge raises, via hydraulics. And Elwood is like, "You don't like it," and Jake's like, "No, I don't like it." So then Elwood gets a little mean pouty face on and he drives clear over the bridge as the bridge is opening. It goes clear over. It's like near. It's really cool. It's really awesome. It's really sick. And then he just like starts listing the things that this car can do. It's like got some crazy suspension, it's got some crazy gas, it's just got some crazy everything. It's like, so what? Is it the new Bluesmobile or what? And then, he's still not a fan. Jake's still not a fan. But like how could he be, He's so used to one thing and then his brother tells him that he actually has to get used to a completely other, different, unrelated thing. I mean, you can't blame him. You can't blame him for being so against this, being so opposed to the new Bluesmobile. I mean, it's not. It's like it's not right or fair of him to you know. Well, maybe it is fair actually. I don't know. I mean, if my brother asked me to like you know get picked up in a cop car after I get out of prison, like yeah, that would be that would be a little weird. Um, you know, um Like, it would be a little bit weird, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I'd want to do that. Is the thing. I don't think I'd want to go and do that. So like, it's just a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird, is all. I could see where he's coming from. I could see why he's upset. I could see why he's perturbed and why he's like so annoyed and mad. But like at the same time, it's like cut him some slack, dude. He had to buy a freaking microphone, and you weren't even mad when he mentioned that because you were understanding. You're like, yeah, okay, you know what, that makes sense. I would do that too. If I were in your situation, I'd also do that. So you know what? Maybe you should stop being so hard on your brother, and should just be glad that he picked you up and he supported you even throughout your time in solitary confinement. Think about it like that, okay? Okay, it wasn't in solitary confinement. It was just like prison, but like whatever. Point is, prison's prison, jail is jail. All right, so like, lay off of me, get off of me. All right, get off my back, dude. Get off my back. Calm down. All right, chill out. Anyway, point is, they keep driving, and they pull up to um a church. They pull up to like a church, or it's like an orphanage. I don't know what it is, but they pull up to like a religious place of worship of some kind. And Jake is like, "No freaking way, dude! I'm not going in there. Not on my first day." And Elle was like, "But you promised the Penguin Man. You promised her you would visit her on her first day out." And he's like, "Yeah." So I bullshitted her. Like, you don't bullshit a nun, Jake. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. You gotta freaking go and do it. So they get out their car and they open the door and they are standing at the bottom of the stairs and it feels very ominous and doomy and gloomy because it's a really big staircase and the door shuts behind them. They're like, whoa. And they gotta go up the stairs. They stop halfway to take a look at the Jesus that's crucified, and he looks like he's having a just real terrible time. They exchange a dry look at one another, and they keep going back up the stairs. And then the nun is like, "Oh, Jake, Elwood, my boys, come sit down, my beloved boys, sit down. Let's have a chat. Let's have a discussion." So they have a chat, they have a discussion, and the nun's like, "Boys, oh, these are troubling times. These are troubling times. You see, I need to get some money, and if I don't get money, this orphanage and or church and or both will go under. And then these kids will be left to roam on the streets and they'll have nobody to care for." And Jake is like, "Well, I guess you're really up shit creek." And he gets hit with a big old ruler and he's like, "Ow." And she's like, "I'm sorry, could you repeat that?" He said, "Well, you said that you guys might be running out of money." And I said, "What happens to the kids?" And you said that they go out in the streets. And I said, "Well, sounds like you're up shit creek." And then he gets hit again, even harder. He's like, "Ow!" And then Elle was like, "Jesus, Jay, calm down." But he gets hit for saying Jesus. He's like, "Ow!" And then Jay was like, "Ow, ow, ow!" And they just keep cursing. They keep getting hit until they get hit so hard they fall all the way down the steps while still sitting in like the little stools that they were put in. And she's like, "Get out of here, boys! Get out of here! You guys suck. I hate to believe that these young bright men that I grew up raising have turned into evil people with filthy mouths and bad attitudes. And then don't come back until you've redeemed yourself. and then she like floats out. She's like, like that the Spike Lee shot that was actually from a Van Peebles film, um, the story of a 3-day pass. You know that shot. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like the Blues Brothers also stole it from there. But anyway, it's kind of like that. She floats out, door closes, and then Cab Calloway, out of thin air, just like materializes. He's like, "Wow, boys, you got owned." It's like, "Yo, Cab Calloway, what the hell?" I forgot what his name is in the movie, but like, "Wow, it's you. You're not Cab Calloway." But anyway, he invites them down to his basement where he lives for some reason. He looks exactly like them. He's wearing the exact same clothing, and he's like, "Boys, times are bad. They're gonna put us out, and they're gonna put us on the streets." And they're like, "Well, what do we do?" And he's like, "Well, you guys, if you wanted, you could save this place. You could save up enough money so that way these orphans won't go out on the streets." And they're like, well, how do we do that? Interesting, interesting, interesting. And then Cab Calloway's like, "Well, here's my advice to you. You guys could go to church and listen to the pastor." And Jake's like, church merch, lame, dumb idea, buddy. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. You're dumb and you're stupid, and I don't like you. But Elwood, the wise, sensible Elwood Blues, disagrees. And he goes, "No, Jake, we should go to church." So, what happens, and this is where I will admit, this is where I get messed up. No, I take it back. I know exactly what happens. I lied to you. I lied to you because I think I got my order mixed up. But I will get to the part that I mixed up the order in a second. Because first of all, what happens now is what happens now is Cab Calloway says, "Jake, you get wise. You get to church." And a smash cuts to church and there's like big orchestral organ music playing. He's like, and I was like, "You gotta do it. You gotta go to church." And Jake's like, "Oh, you gotta do it. You gotta go to church." Like making fun of him in like a really funny little way. They go in. Turns out the pastor is none other than James Brown himself. The James Brown is the pastor of this church. And they sit down. They listen to this guy's like, "When I woke up this morning, I heard a strange sound. When I woke up this morning, I heard a strange sound. And what I heard was the jingle jangle of 1,000 lost souls. It's too late. It's too late." And then he starts preaching. He starts preaching. He starts going crazy. Really good musical number where at some point they're Jake and Elwood, they're just in the back. They're not in the pews. They're not in like the communion at all. They're just like chilling. But the groove is so hard that at some point the sky opens up and a beam of light hits Jake Blue so hard that in editing they make him radiant blue as if he just ate a vial of funny uranium. And he's like, the band, the band, Elwood. And I was like, "What?" He's like, "Elwood, the band." And I was like, "The band?" And Jake's like, "The band. Oh my god." And like he does like he's like, "I've seen the light. I've seen the light." And he flips around and he does a little jig and then he goes back and then he's like, "Oh, the band, the band, the band, the band." And then Elwood's like, "Yes, the band." And then he does a funny little jig. They both jig together for a little bit and then they leave and they're like, "Wow, great." And then Elwood's like, "Well, man, the band actually doesn't seem like the band doesn't seem like a possibility. Like I don't know, man. I don't think we're able to do that. I don't think we're capable of doing the band, Jake." But Jake's like, "No, you gotta understand. We play one gig, just one gig for old time's sake, just one. All we need is enough money to save the orphanage, and then we'll be fine. Okay? We don't gotta worry about anything else. Maybe the band will stick together after that." And I think they'd understand that we put their first paycheck into saving an orphanage. It's okay. We just gotta get them back. It's like, "Okay, fine, 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 fine." But anyway, I digress. You know what? Enough about the Blues Brothers. I would hate to waste your time. I would hate to I'd hate to distract you guys with the Blues Brothers like that. And I just, I feel like it would just be a bit repetitive. I don't want to get into all that. I don't want to get into all that. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Like I would hate for you guys to be, you know, distracted after all. we do still have a really great episode coming up after all. I mean, I still gotta just like sit around and wait for them to come in, but I know that they're going to. That's the thing is I know that they're going to. And these guys, they aren't the type to lead anyone astray, you know? These are good, honest folk. And even if it turns out that like it's taking a while, I'm okay with that, you know? I'm a patient guy. Like I got nowhere to be. I mean I do. Like there's definitely things that I would like to do right now, but like I don't need to. I would like to, but I don't need to. You know? Like the only thing that I really need to be doing right now is like stuff that like I would have to do tomorrow anyway. So like, you know, we're good. We're chilling. Like if they did this to me tomorrow, I would have been upset. But you know, it's not tomorrow, it's today. So like I got nothing to worry about. And you know, I just gotta take it easy. You know, like what's the proverb? Yeah, yeah, you know, do not walk so fast. The rain is everywhere. You know, like that. Like I just gotta, you know, the rain's everywhere. I don't need to like be in a rush. I don't need to be upset because, you know, maybe I'm a little wet right now, but like I'm always gonna be. I'm always gonna be wet. The rain's everywhere, brother. You can't not get wet when the rain's everywhere. No, that is how it is. Like it's cool, it's fine. Like I don't really have much else to do. Like right now, I've been trying to expand my horizons in terms of like media consumption lately because so much of it is just wrestling. Most of it is just wrestling, and for a while I had like a brief stint of getting really into movies during the pandemic, but that only lasted about as long as the pandemic itself. And then once like wrestling started having crowds again, I just kind of got sucked right into the vortex. But during the period of time where wrestling did not have crowds, I kind of checked out and I got really into movies and I watched a lot of movies, but then I just got kind of roped back into it again. That's kind of how it goes. Like I get pulled in by some other piece of media, and then I get pulled back out because wrestling is too cool, and then I kind of get roped back in to a different piece of media. You know, it was like wrestling, movies, wrestling, music, wrestling, and now I'm in like this really weird phase where I've gotten really into furry visual novels, and I don't know like why that is because I don't know why it's so encapsulating to me. Especially because it's like it's really hard to like have a conversation about that sort of things. Like I can't be like, yeah, man, I've been really getting into furry visual novels lately. You ever read Remember the Flowers? You ever read Polar Night? You know, like what do you think about that? What's your take on it? You know, what's your interpretation of Tennis Ace, man, who I'd never met before? What do you think about that? You know, it's like I can't do that. I can't do that. And I think that's like part of the appeal. You know, it's like it's this really weird subgenre fandom which has plenty of content, more than enough content to like satiate someone and like have the fandom be understandable. Like it's not like those like fandoms where like their entire fandom is based around like a TV show with like 5 episodes and a pilot, and then they never did anything else ever again ever. And, like, this is, like, a fandom that's been going on for, like, decades at this point. Like, dude, imagine if this character from season 1, episode 1, was also in season 1, episode 6, but one single line of dialogue was changed. I think this would change the game forever. What do you guys think? You know, it's not like that. It's like there's actual meat to this, but it's still so, like, niche, you know? It exists in its own vacuum of this kind of fandom that, like, unless you were a part of this kind of fandom, you probably wouldn't seek it out. And I think that's what's so interesting to me is like it's such a verdant it's such a verdant fandom for being so specific, you know? And I think that's really cool. I think it's really cool to see something that's like has such a small like possible target audience built with that in mind, with the intention of being, hey, this is gonna be a small target audience, but like, you know, who cares? You know? It'll find who it's meant to find. I think that's really cool. I think that's really, really cool. You know? I will admit some are better than others. Some are much, 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 much better than others. But like, I just think it's neat. I think it's very, very cool to just like get lost in this small little fake story for a couple hours, knowing that I won't be able to talk to a single actual real person about it because every other person who knows this is not a part of the community that I'm a part of. You know, I am not actually a part of the community that this was made for. I don't want to be either. Actually, that's the funny thing is I don't actually want to be a part of that community either because I have no genuine desire to do so. So I'm just stuck engaging in this community's like interactive media and going, damn, this owns. I wish I could talk to somebody about this, and then I can't talk to somebody about it, and I'm just like stuck in this prison. So you know what? Since Jom and Ethan are taking so long, and they refuse to tell me when they will be here, I think it would be wise if I discussed my thoughts into the void with you, viewer. I think I am going to ramble about furry visual novels now. I think that's what I'm going to do. And then maybe I'll get back to the Blues Brothers. But I have something I need to get off my chest. And it's about Remember the Flowers. In case you can't tell, I'm a coop maniac. I'm a coop head. And if you haven't read it yet, of which I assume is every single person who will ever listen to this ever, go read it real quick. It's really good. There's no choices to be made. You do not make a single choice whatsoever. You just let it play out. And it rules. It's very fun. And it's a great story. I like it a lot. I don't like it as much as some of the other ones that I have engaged in. But I will admit, it's really good. But there's one thing that has been annoying me, and I gotta get it off my chest right now. So I would recommend to you, the listener, right now, go read this, and then come back to me. Okay? Just read this real quickly. Pause this. Read it. It took me around, I want to say like 15 to 16 hours to read the whole thing. So just go do that real quickly and then come back to me, okay? I'm gonna give you some time so you can go do that. All right, so okay, so now that you've gone and done that, I need to get up here and I need to defend Cooper. All right, I need to defend his ass because what I need to defend him from are the people who have been saying that he's irredeemable and that I read a post earlier that was like if Lance slash Cooper gets a redemption arc, this story's ruined. This story's Jover. This story can't possibly be good. Because if he gets a redemption arc, that's proof that the whole moral of the story is completely eradicated. And it's like, brother, first of all, we've only made it maybe halfway through. Okay? Maybe. It could go on even longer than this, actually, you know. And you're here saying that you already know what the moral is, buddy. The moral isn't even apparent until the credits roll. And even then, it's still up for debate what the moral is of anything. And I can tell you right now, I think the moral or the lesson or the whatever of Remember the Flowers only makes sense if Cooper gets a redemption arc. Yeah, I think he should. I think he should because, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I read all the time. People are like, oh, dude, he's done too much. He can't be redeemed. After everything that he's done, how can he possibly be redeemed? It's like, no, okay, here's the deal. Okay, here's the deal. Okay. I know someone was like, well, he's done this whole human trafficking thing. Oh, yeah, boo hoo, big thumbs down. Oh, no, no, this guy's a human trafficker. No, no. Boo, boo, wah, 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 wah. Crying, shitting your pants, your little baby diaper. Oh, no. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, it is actually a pretty serious crime. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, okay? Here's the deal, okay? The thing about it is that if you were to look at Aaron, for example, Aaron has also done some very, very, very heinous things, some genuinely really bad things in his life. But nobody ever talks about it and nobody ever ridicules him because the difference is we met Aaron after he's been redeemed, right? He did a lot of very bad things. Need I remind you, it is canon that he beat someone's head in with a baseball bat while they were asleep. It is canon that he did it. And then when he fights the Brino and he pulls the bat out and it says it has a lot of dents in it, it is canon that he's done that multiple times. Multiple times, Aaron has taken a sleeping man and beaten their head in to death with a baseball bat, a metal baseball bat. He admitted himself. Oh yeah, we were scumbags. We kind of just did it because we wanted to. We had no political agenda. We had no message that we were trying to prove. In fact, we were kind of not even doing it to live because we were pretty well off after a point. We were just doing it because it was cool. And then, need I remind you, the thing that turns his life around, the thing that makes him a redeemable character at the end when we meet him as one, is because he was busy raiding and pillaging a town for no other reason than he wanted to. And then he comes in contact with the guy who's like, maybe you shouldn't do this and maybe you should join the resistance. But until that happens, he was a certified grade A loser. He was an evil human, well, an evil beast human. He was an evil tiger, okay? He was an evil tiger who may be extinct soon, okay? And that's the fact of the matter, all right? And but everyone wants to defend him, and everyone wants to, no. That's the thing. Nobody defends him because everybody just like agrees. That's the thing. Everybody agrees that he's like okay and that he's fine and that he isn't the problem. Like he was never a problem. He's redeemed himself and he's okay now, and that's right. You're right to say that because that I think is the message. The message is that everyone can change so long as they know that change is possible, right? Because I think the message of it is going to be that if you are stuck in a situation where you think that you cannot possibly change who you are inherently, and that the issues that come from being who you are just a thing that you have to deal with because they're what make you you, then you're never going to be able to become a better person. But if you are able to see that there is a deep rooted evil within you that you can change slowly, progressively, and agonizingly over time. If you can see that and you can understand it, then you can recover and you can be better than what you were. But only if you can see that that possibility is there. Because Aaron would have continued to be a Cooper if he did not run into Xavier, who presented to him the idea that he could change. And he spent his whole life thinking that he couldn't because that's just who he was, That's just who he was meant to be. And you can't change who you're meant to be, right? But no, you can. You can because maybe who you're meant to be is not an evil person who bashes people's brains in with a metallic baseball bat, you know? Maybe that's not who you're supposed to be. And so, similar to that, then think about it like this. There's so many. I mean, it's blatantly obvious that Cyrus is meant to be like a replacement Xavier in the minds of others, and they're trying very hard to not let that happen because it'd be rude and it'd be like upsetting. But like that's the idea, right? He's meant to be like an Xavier, but the thing is, he's not an Xavier to Aaron because Aaron already had Xavier. He is Cooper's Xavier, in my opinion. He's the one who has presented to Cooper the idea that he can change. And what we're seeing right now is we're actively seeing him toying with that idea. He hasn't committed to it yet. He doesn't agree with it yet, right? He still can't see fully that he can change, but the idea is there and it's forming and like a little seed it's growing, right? And it's going to take time. It is going to take time, but it will get there, and I think that's going to be the message. I think that's going to be the true moral of Remember the Flowers, man. Is that no matter what you've done, so long as you truly genuinely think that you can change this and overcome it, then you can. Then you can. You just have to be willing to admit it, and you can't be willing to say, well, that's just the way things are. Especially when, for one, Cyrus might not be that cool either because of the whole implication of what Darius said, which I know that Darius was probably just lying. He was probably just saying that to get Lance on his side, and I understand all that, but there's a chance that it might not be. There's a chance that it might be true that our beloved Cyrus Cantwell was actually a guy who helped develop all these evil torture traps. And if that's true, if that's actually true, then that definitely proves my point. If you've been playing this whole game as a dude who developed the evil murder science traps, but you're still like, well, he's actually a pretty good guy, because he is, then that proves the point, man. That proves it. And that means that Cooper has to get a redemption arc. He has to. Because if he doesn't, I think that means that the point is gone. Or maybe not, actually. Because, I mean, like, there's a couple ways it could go. I think you could argue that maybe if he's too far gone and there's like no real way for him to recover himself, and he's just so lost in the sauce. He can provide the example of like why you should turn it around. Because if you don't turn it around, you end up like Cooper, right? And I think if you're gonna do it like that, then that's fair. If you make him out to be this pathetic loser who can't get anything done, and who is under the control of so many other people more powerful than him, and he just sucks and he's awful and he's terrible and he dies, then sure, I guess I can see it. But the thing is, the seeds of doubt have already been planted. And I think there's going to need to be a crux. There's going to need to be like a point at which, it's clear. What direction is he going in? Is he going to try and prove that he can change? Or is he so far gone he'll never be able to? Because again, the only way to change is by acknowledging that you can. If you can't do that, you're never going to. So I guess that's the big question, is which one is it gonna be? Is it gonna be good? Is it gonna be bad? I think you can do it both ways, but I'm really, really thinking that it's gonna be a redemption arc. Because I think that would be the ultimate like proof. That and again the parallels. Cyrus is too much like Xavier to not be an Xavier to somebody, and he's gonna be an Xavier to Cooper, even though he was kind of already technically like an Xavier to Silver when you think about it, because Silver was like, oh man, oh, I just love killing people. Oh, I just can't help killing people. I love killing people. It's awesome. I love killing people, but I can't stop. It's not in my nature to stop. Oh, I'm a mess. I'm a disgusting mess. How would anybody ever love me? And then Cyrus was like, bro, you should just like talk to Kanto and like deal with your feelings. And he's like, damn, you're right. I should. And he does. And then lo and behold, this relationship that was clearly just like cannon fodder for him and was clearly like really just like bad for Kanto's health and was really probably bad for Silver's health too. Now it's over just because of an acknowledgement of what the reality of the situation is. And like that's good, that's perfect. And I think Silver can change too. And maybe he'll stop being a guy who loves killing people. Well, he doesn't love it, it's his job. So I guess he doesn't love killing people. But the point is maybe he'll stop killing people. And if he can stop killing people, then everything would just be so much better. And, I just think that that's the moral of the story. So, in conclusion, if you are a Cooper denier, if you are not a man who is huffing Coupium every single second of every single day, I don't want to talk to you right now because you don't understand. And I would love to hear what you actually think, like, the moral of it is. Because, and I say that not as like a snarky way or a sarcastic way at all. I would actually really be interested to hear that because I feel like this is such like a clear, obvious setup. I think it's okay. I think it's okay to have like a clear, obvious cliche setup if it means something that's important. Like, do you remember that one tweet that was like, me playing a game for like 40 hours and it sucks, but then they start saying that life is worth living in the last 10 and I gotta give it a 5 out of 5. That is genuinely me. I could play or watch something that's like pretty mid, but if they come at me at the end of like, man, it's great to be alive, I will immediately cave. I'll fold. I'll 100% fold. I wouldn't like give them a 5 or anything like that, but I will fold. It's so easy for me. I see it and I'm like, "Oh, man, they just like me for real. That's me. Oh my god, they just like me for real. I need yes, life is worth living." So true. So true. It's kinda like Perfect Days, you know? Perfect Days, directed by Wim Wenders, it's kinda like that. It's in a sense. And like, this is weird because I actually don't like Ozu films, and I'm not afraid to say this. I do not like Yasuhiro Ozu. I think he is a bad film director. That being said, I haven't watched that many of his films because I don't like them, and I don't want to subject myself to his films because I don't like them. But I will admit that somehow Perfect Days is actually pretty good. So if I were to maybe rewatch Ozu, maybe I would like it. But like, I don't know, man. Like, Late Spring was a slog to get through. Late Spring was unbearable, dude. Oh my god, it was unbearable. And I don't want to have to endure that again. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'll watch like late August or whatever his other movies are. Early August, early spring, whatever. Maybe I'll watch one of those. Cause like, I don't know. I just like, I mean, I like the message, like, tranquility and like there's beauty in nothingness all the time. And like, the key to like having beauty in life is just to find it. I think that's a good message. I think that is a really good message, but like there's only so much of it you can take. There's only so much that you can take before you gotta like kind of start winding down, if that makes sense. and you have to start being like, okay, man, I think you're doing a bit much here, and I think you need to calm down. Like, yes, I agree. Life is naturally beautiful and life is naturally pretty. It's very cool. It's very awesome. But, like, you could stand at a little something. Not saying you gotta add a lot of something, but you could stand at a little something. That's all. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay? It's like, that's all I'm saying. Just like chill out. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Okay? Just like chill out a little bit. That's all I'm saying. Okay? That's all I'm saying. And also, you know what? Another thing I want to bring up actually while I'm on the free visual novel concept, okay? Another really important thing I need to bring up here because again, everybody loves misinterpreting this. Everybody loves thinking that this is the correct way to do it when it's not. It's not. So here's the deal. Here's the situation, okay? Echo, right? Maybe not the most popular one. The most popular one is like what, at Astra. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. But Echo, common issue that everybody seems to run into these days that nobody seems to understand. Leo, okay? Leo, I see so many people who are like, man, I just wish that there was a happy ending between Leo and Chase. First of all, if you haven't read Echo, go do that right now. It is genuinely really, really great. Even like outside the realm of free visual novels and just inside the realm of media in general, it is really good. And I would recommend it to anyone. Genuinely. That's a genuine thing I would recommend to anyone. It's really good. But, but, I see so many people out there who was like, man, if only Leo Alvarez and Chase Hunter had a happy ending. Oh, if only. But like, dude, you gotta understand. The message of Echo, the point of Echo is to hammer home that you are going to continue repeated cycles of pain and torment and frustration in your life if you cannot acknowledge that the harder thing to do is to let it go. And if you cannot find it in yourself to acknowledge that something that gives you pain may also be something that you have had with you forever and you just have to let it go because that's just what you need to do to be better as a person and to have a better life. If you can't do that, then you're gonna keep going in circles. That's the message of Echo, dude. That's the message, in my opinion, at least. I think you could say whatever you want the message is, but I think that this is what it is. Because, okay, here's the thing, okay? I know that, like, canonically, Jenna's is the last one, and you're supposed to play hers last according to the devs, because it has a good, happy ending. But a happy ending isn't the point of Echo, dude. I've never thought that. And I know, oh, like, who am I to say, oh, blah, blah, blah. But hey, death of the author, for one, okay? Death of the author. If they want me to play Jenna last, who cares? I don't care. Death of the author. They don't have any say in what I do with their media now that I've consumed it. And now that I've consumed it, Leo is the clear best ending. It's the clear, definitive, genuine ending to this game, in my opinion. Because one, the anchor, okay? The anchor's everywhere. It's your little scroll wheel. It's the little hovery little button that tells you to keep reading. It's in the logo. Like, it's all big, important, crucial crux of this game. And you want to know something? The only time the anchor is not there is when he takes it off in the finale. Yes, it's still your hover bar. Yes, it's still your whatever. But like in the context of the game, if you remove the like user interface, it's gone. And that's the only time you do it. And the only time you get rid of that thing is when you tell Leo we're done. Because I remember reading a really good review about the game. It rewards you for doing the thing that is difficult over doing the thing that is convenient and or easy and or pleasant. It's so much more pleasant to be like, ooh, oh boy, I can't wait to get with this guy once we get out of here. But you can't. That's if you've been playing this whole game, right? Even if you did Leo's route first, even if you did his route first and knowing nothing else about what happens in the other routes, and you just did his first and you still chose that, like, dude, you have to like ignore so much about this guy to make that decision. You have to blatantly ignore so many issues that this guy has about himself in order to make that decision and like feel good about it. Like you can't do that, man. You can't do that. You can't do that. Like, come on. Come on. You can't do that. But you do anyway. You do anyway because, like, I don't know, man. Like, my opinion, I don't like the ending of Jenna's route because the diner scene, I think, is unrealistic to the point of the message, right? Like, yes, you guys all do get out of Echo. That's true. However, you don't really know because it ends in the diner. And for all you know, Leo could go back to, living there. He could. Genuinely, he could. Unless, like, they shut the town down forever. But why would they do that? Like, yes, they're temporarily fixing stuff up and whatever, but they're not going to shut it down. Even in Arches, when they're like an abandoned ghost town or whatever, Duke and Brian still live there. So they never shut it down for any reason. Because why would they? That's not how towns work. So, like, Leo could always just go back to live there. Flynn might not move out. He could still stay there. Carl might not move out. He could still stay there, right? Like, yes, it's implied that they won't, and it's implied that they'll do more things. But it's also implied that Leo and Chase might still have a chance. And that's not good. Okay? Because it goes against the meaning of the game, in my opinion. And the meaning of the game is not, hey, maybe don't get back together with your ex. That's not the meaning of the game. The meaning of the game, like I said, is that you have to realize that in life sometimes you can't get a diner scene. You can't get this happy, everybody, the gang's all here, everything's going swimmingly, and although the future might be rocky, it is still ultimately optimistic. Sometimes you can't get that. Sometimes in order to have something that matters to you and gives you value and takes away something difficult about your life, you have to make an even more difficult situation to get out of it. You have to confront something that's painful. You have to say something that you don't want to say because otherwise you're going to be trapped and you're going to be stuck repeating the same brutal patterns that are going to hurt you and are going to hurt others and are going to do so many other really bad things because you just can't bring yourself to acknowledge that you have to sometimes do something that's more painful than something that's more pleasant. That's the message of the game. You tell Leo it's over definitively at a major, major point, and then it is. And he acknowledges that. And he understands it and he takes the anchor off. And that's like the point of the game, man. It's separating yourself. And it's gonna hurt and it's gonna suck. And like, yeah, I almost cried at the end of Leo route. I did Leo's route last, and I will admit that maybe the reason I almost cried is just because I was sad that the game was over and everything about the game hit me all at once, and I was just like kind of overwhelmed. I'm just like, wow, what a great game this was. What a fantastic experience it was for me to experience this just now. I'm so glad I experienced this. And maybe that's why I was sad. But most of it was because of that ending. And when I experienced that, how sad I was when I experienced that. Because, yeah, it sucks. It's brutal. It's absolutely heart wrenching. But at the same time, it's what has to happen. That had to happen. And if you're like, oh, well, that shouldn't have happened, then you're crazy. Like, you're nuts, dude. That had to happen. It had to. And because, you know, things wouldn't have been okay if they didn't. I mean, yeah, things would have been okay-ish. Again, Jenna's route being my example here. We all know we all know how it turns out if you say okay in Leo's, but like, yeah, okay, maybe in a situation you get a compromise, but like I don't know, man. I feel like you just gotta like be able to pony up and like acknowledge that sometimes you just can't have a scene like Jenna's in your life. Sometimes this is not a thing that you can do. And I think that's really important to learn. And I know that that's I understand. I understand that it's a little ironic for me to say that, given how hard I just went to bat for Cooper, given how hard I want to have a diner scene with Cooper, but they're sending different messages, okay? Like, you can't be like, oh, well, you just said that one piece of media is good for this reason, and then another piece of media is good for this other reason, but don't you realize that these two reasons actually contradict each other? Well, if they were being told in the same piece of media, then sure, maybe, but these are two separate pieces of media that have two different messages. And it's okay to be like, hey, one message is better than the other, or hey, I prefer this message over this message. That's an okay thing to say. So you don't gotta be like, oh, you know, like you don't gotta be like that. You don't need to be like that. And like, yeah, yes, I understand. I am kind of asking for like a diner scene with Cooper, but again, it's because they're trying to send different messages. And I think the way to send Remember the Flowers message would be more effective by letting things work out than letting things not. Whereas Echo's message is way better by letting things not work out. Okay? Okay, like okay. Like, I just had to say that. Okay, I was going to discuss another one, but I don't really want to talk about that one anymore, given what we learned recently. So I guess we're just gonna skip right past that one. And I think we should I think we just move on. Okay, I think we should move on. I don't want to ramble too much. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about Burrows. I want to talk about Burrows, and then I'll move on because Burrows is one that I'm really, really confused by. I've been trying to figure out what the point of Burrows is since I played it, and I still have no idea, dude. This thing this is an anomaly to me because I'm trying to figure out again. I'm just trying to figure out what the message is, and I understand that the game's not over. And again, I also understand that maybe what I think about Remember the Flowers is incorrect because the game's not over, and it's possible that maybe the message of the game is less cool than the one that I think it is. I'm willing to concede that. I'm willing to admit that. But I don't know. I still feel like, at least with Remember the Flowers, there's some arguments to be made, right? There's some arguments to be made. I got no clue. I got no clue what the message of Burroughs is at all. And I've been trying to figure it out. Like that's an ancient Sphinxian riddle to me, man. Because like I don't know, it feels so early, which is crazy. I Burroughs is at least when I was playing it, it took me 18 hours to read all of Burroughs, and it doesn't even feel close to done in anything. All of it feels like it's just getting started, and it's been 18 hours. So maybe it's just too early. I think it is. I think it's too early for me to say what like a message of Burroughs is, but like I don't even have a guess. That's the thing, is I don't even have a guess. Unless some people are guessing that it's like, oh, hey, maybe you shouldn't kill yourself. And it's like, yeah, you shouldn't kill yourself. Wow. Didn't see that one coming. Really, I'm glad 18 hours of build up led to maybe you shouldn't kill yourself. But I don't think that's what it is. I think that's been more than that, but I don't know what. And I've been trying to crack the case on it, and I just cannot figure it out. It's tricky. It's tricky, man. It is tricky, and I've been trying to figure it out, and I can't do it. I think it's because it doesn't even feel like there's going to be any like overlap either in any of the routes. It feels like you just pick one and then you just ride with it, you know? Because I cannot possibly fathom how you can get Ken in Yasuhiro's route, for example, or how you can get Mark in Gabe's route, or any other combination of any other guy. It seems impossible without doing like some weird multiverse thing, and I really don't want them to do some weird multiverse thing. I would really prefer they just stick to it. And I don't like the idea of you have to choose one guy and then you just commit to it the whole way through. But at the same time, how are you supposed to get to any of them, right? Like I feel like that's just what's gonna happen. Is it's just gonna be like, yeah, here's a route, take it, and then just go all the way with it, and then eventually it'll end, and then you can go back and choose a different one. Which is annoying, yeah, but like what else are you gonna do? Right? Like what else can you do? I think it'd be more annoying if they did like a time loop thing or a time warp thing or a time anything thing. So I'm okay with this. But at the same time, and I will say this, which is really funny, I think the best thing Burroughs has ever done is their side stories. Their side stories are so much better than their actual main story, and I'm confused as to why that is. I think it might be a good sign though, because the side stories feel complete, right? Just like a tight hour of content, maybe more like 35 minutes if you read fast, you just read it, get in, get out, done. And it's a good, solid, just told story. So I think that it could be a good sign actually if they've proven that they can make like good bottle stories and these side things, then maybe once they actually finish a route in the main game, that'll be proof that, there can be a good thing there. There could be something pretty snazzy, right? I think that's possible. Because like, dude, their side stories rock. Except for one. Well, I don't know. There's a couple that aren't that good. The Mardi Gras one is pretty lame. If I was a Patreon supporter and I got the Mardi Gras update, I'd be like, dude, seriously? And I'd be kind of annoyed. If that was the only thing that was in that, I'd be like, wow, thanks, man. And I'd be kind of upset. Same with the Gabe side story one with Turtle and Caesar with is it Felix? Felix and Caesar? I think it's Felix and Caesar. Anyway, if I got that one in an update, I'd also be pretty upset just because I didn't like that one at all either. But the other ones though, holy cow, Ken's is really good. I like his little. I love Ken's. I thought the art in Ken's was awesome. It felt very Faith somehow. It felt a lot like Faith, the Unholy Trinity, in a couple part of Ken's. And I don't even know how that's possible, but it felt like it. Um, I definitely think it dragged on too long. After a point, I was like, okay, I get it already, but like it was all around a really good, really, really, really good. And seeing Young Johnny was worth it too. Young Johnny was. I think Young Johnny has the best sprites in the entire game. I love Young Johnny, bro. But the two best ones by far are the Path and then whichever one is Mark's. I forgot which one Mark's is named. But Mark's, for one, has the scariest thing in the entire game, and I stand by this because I'm getting upset thinking about it right now. So, credit where it's due to them. Mark's story has the scariest thing in the entire game because I'm thinking about it right now, and it's so freaking scary. Well, maybe not scary. It's unnerving. It's deeply unnerving. Again, so much so that I'm getting weirded out thinking about it right now. But the path is really good. The path is amazing. I think if you were to just send someone the path entirely on its own with no connection to Burroughs or anything else, they would have a great time with it, and I think they would genuinely enjoy reading it. Um, I think they would be a little lost, obviously, because they're missing out on the context of the rest of the game, and the path is just like a one linear thing. But it's so good, and it was the only thing in the game to make me get really emotional. Like, aside from like having a couple laughs or whatever, I did not get that emotionally invested in Burroughs like at all, if I'm honest. But the path got me. That was really good. Oof, I felt oof by the end of that. That and again, Mark's side thing. I do not know what Mark's side thing is named. I have forgotten it. But man, oh man, is it great. It is really, really, really good. Um, it paints such a vivid picture. There's a scene in it that I'm not going to describe because I just don't want to put it in your brain unless you were to read it yourself. But it's after Bro gets photographed. And after Bro gets photographed and the guy who photographs him goes away, and it's just Bro sitting alone. Oh my god. Oh my god, what happens after that is insane. It is insane, dude. Holy shit! It like single-handedly changed my opinion of Mark as a character because I thought Mark as a character was dog. I did not like Mark as a character at all, and I still don't because there's no aspect of like side story Mark and real Mark right now. Real Mark feels too bleh, and I need him to be more like the side story and soon. Because right now he's just kind of lame, and that's my opinion. I know, but like he's kind of lame. Yeah, I don't know. Point is, I would literally like to see Burroughs. I always like to see more Burroughs because I just it feels so early into everything. Every single route, it feels so unbelievably early, and I have no idea where any of these routes are headed, except for Mark's. Mark's actually feels pretty fulfilled. Actually, Mark's feels like it's got like some meat to it, and it feels like it's got some real bone structure. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I would like it to keep going because I just gotta keep going unless like they just like dip out forever, but I don't know why they would do that. I'm so confused. Like, why is it like based around cards and like betting? You know, there's been nothing about that yet. Like, absolutely, I don't know. Maybe I'm like not paying enough attention, but I've seen like no reason as to why like the like oh, every character is a suit from a deck of cards, and oh, the evil rabbit is a barkeep blackjack player, and oh, this and that, and this and that. It's like, dude, I don't see it. I got no clue. I think it feels like an aesthetic thing. But then you open up the main menu and like they're playing roulette on the main menu. Not roulette, sorry, but like they're playing poker on the main menu. And you're like, oh, okay, well then maybe there is something to this, or maybe there's not. I don't know. Maybe it is just an aesthetic thing. But I don't want it to be an aesthetic thing because there's so much effort. There's so much effort put into burrows, and if it was just an aesthetic thing, that'd be so disappointing. But I digress. I digress. I digress. I digress. Where is Ethan and where is Jom? Hold on. I'm gonna go text them real quickly. I'm gonna go shoot them a text. This feels like the 98th billionth text I've sent them, but I'm gonna send them one, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna try and see if I can get in contact with them another way. Hold on. I've got an idea. I've got an idea. I've got an idea. All right, still nothing from these guys. That's annoying. I'm gonna get some water real fast because, like, I'm getting thirsty. I've been having to talk for like quite some time trying to like wait for these dudes. And you know what's annoying is like I keep seeing them like start to type. Like I'm seeing them like the speech bubble, the little three dots, the ellipses thing that floats when someone's typing, it pops up. It's like they are reading these things. They're just choosing to ignore them. And like it's so messed up. Like you should not be doing this to me, dude. I'm down here in the conversation trenches right now. I'm down here in the conversation gutters for you. And you don't even have the decency, like, hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. All right, false alarm. I thought that it was one of them texting me back. It was just somebody with a similar profile picture. I'm going to explode into a million pieces. Oh, but what I mean, what's a guy to do? What's a fella to do? I mean, it's whatever. It's fine. I just, oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. It's not fine. But like, I could just, I don't know. I can deal with it. I'm tough like that. I got like the strength. I got the willpower. Well, speaking of I'm tough, Sydney offenders, by the way, going back to Echo, anybody who's upset at Sydney and is like, "Oh, Sydney's such an evil kid." Oh, you know nothing about media literacy, and I hope that you drown in a lake. Anyway, sorry, not to get on my high horse about Sydney or anything like that. I just have some strong opinions about Sydney offenders. Okay, everybody who's like so against him in that game, just like doesn't have anybody what to talk about. They got no idea what they're talking about, dude, and it's upsetting. It's mad upsetting to me. I'm sorry. I hate to be the one to say it. I hate to be the one to say it, but like, come on, man, come on. So some respect to him, dude. He had such a rough upbringing, and I know that like the whole nature versus nurture debate is a very highly contested one, and I don't think I'm in any position to I don't think I'm in any position to try and argue that sort of thing right now. I just like I don't know. I just feel like this is kind of like just like I think that if you're like insulting Sydney, you're just like you don't understand like a base element of the game. I feel, and I don't know. Maybe that's just being rude. Maybe that is being rude. But I don't know, man. I just feel like you're just being too harsh to him if you're saying like, "Oh, he's evil. He's such an evil kid, because he's not an evil kid, dude. You're just like you're so caught up. Okay, here's what it is. Okay, and I will admit this is a great storytelling element from the game, and I love it. And I'm so glad they did this because it's a really good storytelling element of the game. Because I think that you can tell who has not played Flynn's route yet, depending on what they say about Sydney. Because in every other route, they dog on his ass. Like, especially when you do TJ's route, and there's like flashbacks of him abusing TJ as like a kid and like messing his biz up, or flashbacks of him breaking the sandcastle, or just doing a whole bunch of other stuff. In like every other, or in like most every other route, I guess. Maybe not Jenna's. I don't think, and maybe not Carl's, but I think definitely in Leo and TJ's. You get a really bad perspective of this kid, like a really bad perspective of this kid, and like yeah, you are like, damn, this Sydney guy kind of sucked. Wow, this 12-year-old who died prematurely in a lake kind of had it coming to him. Wow. I'm glad this 12-year-old died prematurely in a lake. This guy was awful. I was like, no, dude, no. But again, I think it's a really good testament to the work that you can think this because you're kind of experience it. You're experiencing Sydney through the perspective of the character that you've chosen, right? That's like when you choose TJ, the worst mental thoughts about him come back, right? Like everything that's bad about Mr. Tej, sorry, not TJ, my bad. Everything that's bad about Mr. Sydney comes out in TJ's route because Sydney and TJ were the ones with the worst working relationship with one another. So it makes sense that when you're with him, you're learning all the bad things about him. Whereas if you were to choose Flynn, you learn all the more human and genuine, real aspects about him and about his character, right? Because like it's just like it's so clear to me, I think. It's so obvious to, well, not obvious. I think obvious is the wrong word. But to say it in a more like succinct way, I think it's just I think it's just really cool that if you were to choose a guy like Flynn, the one who knows him the best, you learn about him the best, and you learn what actually makes him tick, and you learn more about him than you ever could in any other route. Because again, you're experiencing Sydney, a character who you'll never be able to truly know through the eyes of the people that knew him and their select memories of what they remember about him. Right? Yes, it maybe it's taking place in Chase's dreams or in flashbacks or whatever, it's a very curated list, but that's the idea, is that you're only ever going to know someone that you don't know through what other people tell you about them until you see them for yourself. And it's very hard to do that. So you have to make up your mind about who they are based on what they tell you. And based on who you hang out with, that's what they tell you. And I think that's a really good, really awesome thing to discuss. It's a very cool thing to discuss by way of visual novel. And again, Echo is so good at it's so good at utilizing the visual novel and not in a meta way. It's so good at using the visual novel to tell its story and to like add details about its story, but not in a meta way because it's never really like it mentions it and it touches on it and it brings it up in like a canon, but it's never like never like Doki Doki where he's like I've hacked the game and now I control the game. I'm referencing the game and it's glitching now. It's glitching now. Ooh. No, it's not like that. It's like it utilizes this base factor of a visual novel with routes in the sense that like you have to choose a character and then you have to commit to that character. And it takes that idea. It's like, well, what would you be missing out with the other characters now that you've chosen this one, right? Now that you've chosen this one, what can we take away from you more than what can we give to you? And it does so good with Sydney, and that it takes away this whole aspect of a character who's died prematurely based on what you have placed as your own priority, right? Like, what's your actual prerogative here, you know? You choose the guy who's just chilling down smoking pot, and you get a funny little haha adventure, and you don't really get much of Sydney at all. Whereas you take out the ways where you choose the guy who is left in a storm about Sydney, you learn the most about him that you'll ever be able to in the game, because that's the idea. And again, based on which route you choose, it affects what you know about these characters. Much like in real life, based around how you talk, it affects on who you think about and what you think about them. And it's so very, very cool. And the whole moving in circles motif. I don't know if anybody's ever touched on this yet, but it feels very obvious to me. The moving in circles motif exists in the same sense that you do not understand the whole game until you play every single route, right? There are aspects of the game such as who killed Sydney, how did Sydney die, what is affecting the town, what is the town's history, and so many other questions like this. You only get answers to some of them based on the route that you choose. And if you were to play it like a normal game visual novel thing where it's like, hey, here are these routes, choose whichever one you want, have a good time with it, and yeah, if you want to come back and try a different one, you're more than welcome to. Kind of like what Burroughs is doing right now, right? Like, hey, here's 4 routes. They're all radically different from one another, and they're very not related, but they're all fun. So have at them. You know, that's kind of what Burroughs feels like, right? For right now, that is. Whereas with Echo, they're all different, yes, and but they are all also loosely related, and they only answer so much. You're not going to get every answer until you play every route because you have to literally go in circles to get everything. You have to play through one, and you have to go all the way back to the selection, play through another, and then go all the way back to the selection, and so on and so forth. So you're literally making this circle of repetition, right? You're going back in time and you're repeating these things that you have done to see if anything changes about them. And then guess what? Most often than not, they don't, which is more reason why Leo's ending is the canonical one. Because after you spend the whole game going back and back and back and back and going in circles over and over and over again, you finally get this dude to take off the freaking anchor and you leave. Like, come on, that's the perfect ending for this game, dude. It's the perfect ending for this game because it enforces that you have to break circles. You have to break cycles. You can't have a diner. You can't be hunting for a diner scene. You know, you can't. And it's such a good game, man. It's such a good game. Oh, I wish somebody I knew played it. I would love to talk about this game with somebody. I've been trying. I've asked, like, genuinely, I have asked like 4 people now to play this game, and none of them have done it. I have asked 2 people that I know in real life, and 2 people that I know in the video game, well, in the Discord sphere, rather, and 3 of them have started it, and none of them have even finished a single route. And it's like, dude, oh, no, sorry, take it back, take it back, take it back, take it back, take it back. One person has finished one route and has not finished the rest, whereas the other 2 have started it and have barely even begun, and the 4th person has not touched it at all. And I am starving to discuss this game with somebody. I am rabid to discuss this game with somebody. And I know that if I could just join the Discord, right? And I could just discuss it there. But I just don't want to discuss it with like furries for some reason because I don't like the idea of joining a community that I'm not a part of. I deeply enjoy their video games. I deeply enjoy their visual novels, but I don't identify in any way with their community at all. Like no part of me wants to be a part of that. And I think it'd just be weird to be like, "Hey guys, what's up? I don't really like associate with you at all, like at all. But you make pretty good video in the games, so what's going on?" And like, maybe I'm just overthinking it, but like, I don't know, man. I just don't want to like risk that sort of thing, you know. And that's something I want to do. I'm getting a stuffy nose. Where's the stuffy nose coming from? Why do I have a stuffy nose right now? Come on, dude. This day just gets crazier and crazier. First, I gotta like sit here, and I got called in here like what 2.5 hours early. Oh man, I got called in here like 2.5 hours early by Ethan and Jom, and they're still not here. And then I've had to sit here and just go on and on and on and on and on. And now I'm getting a stuffy nose. Like I can't win. I can't win. Why can't I win, dude? Why can't I win? But like it's whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever. No, I can win. I can win. Actually, I'm a bona fide winner right now. I'm a bona fide, genuine, true, honest winner. And I don't gotta take anything from anybody. I don't gotta take it from Jom. I don't gotta take it from Ethan. I can just do what I want to do, and that's okay. That's okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Oh man, I hope I don't fall asleep. If I fall asleep, that's gonna be really tragic. Oh man, they gotta be here soon, right? It's a really good episode we have lined up. We have a terrific episode lined up for you guys today, and I just don't want to miss this. So if they gotta show up they gotta show up soon, I'm sure. They gotta show up soon, I'm sure, you know. I know I've been saying that, and I've been saying that, and I've been saying that, but like I'm sure they'll show up. Oh man, I am tired though. You know what I should do? I think in order to take my mind off of it, I should play Super Auto Pets. So I'm gonna open up Super Auto Pets real quickly, and I'm gonna talk you guys through my thought process here, okay? Let me just mute my game real fast here. Let me mute my game so that way I do not blast Super Auto Pets music into my microphone once it loads. And then I'm just gonna play Super Auto Pets. You might hear the music though. You might hear the music. Just warning, real quickly. Just heads up about that. You might hear Super Auto Pets in a second. Let me go to my settings, my audio. Okay, great. Everything is dead quiet. That is how it should be. So we are all good to go. And you know something? I'm gonna play some super freaking audio pets. Super audio pets. I'm so tired. But I can't give up. I can't give up. I have to keep going because I need to talk to Ethan and John about this wrestling. I have to talk about them. I gotta talk about them about the West. I gotta talk about with the wrestling, the wrestling. I gotta talk to them about the wrestling. I need to talk to them about the wrestling. I can't. I can't give up now. I can't give up now. I can't give up now. But I'm paranoid that if I play Super Mario Pets, my Discord will close. So I'm actually not gonna do that. I won't do that. I will think better on it. But I went mind. Wow, man, I'm sleepy. But I can't. I can't. I'm gonna stay strong. 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 I will not break. I will not break. I'm too strong. I'm too strong. I am too freaking strong to break like this, man. I'm the strongest man alive. I'm the absolute strongest man alive. And everybody, and I do mean everybody, wants to argue with this. Everybody wants to say, oh, no, you're not. No, you're not. You're not the strongest man alive. But you don't know me. You don't know what I'm capable of. And I'm here to tell you, I am capable of plenty. And I know, without a shadow of a doubt, I am stronger than all these things. All right? I'm too powerful. I'm too powerful. I'm too powerful. I'm too strong. Okay? So, like, just like chill out. Just chill out. 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 Relax. Chillax, brother. Just chill out. You got nothing to worry about. You got nothing to complain about. So why don't you just like complain about, okay? Like you just like 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 come on, like just chill out, okay? Just chill out. And that's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. All right. Case closed. Point proven. Discussion over. That is all that I gotta say. But it's not all I gotta say, because as a matter of fact, well, you know, I can't give up. I know that if Ethan and John were to join right now and they were to see that I weren't there anymore, they would be so disappointed in me. And they would say that, oh, he couldn't do it. He couldn't lie the story. Because this is a test. I can tell. They're testing me. You know? They're testing me. They could have come in here at any point. They could have come in here at any point if they wanted to. But they're trying to test me. And I'm okay with that. I will overcome. Because I have the most to prove out of anybody here. Jom, he's got an underground following, got a cult following, if you will, on his great, iconic, famous blog, Dragon Screw. Ethan, when you edit this, please put up an image of Dragon Screw, please. Thank you. And Ethan, I mean, he's got his own following. He's got a huge following. He's got his own YouTube channel for Pillars of Hell. Ethan, please pull up your own YouTube channel real quickly. And these guys, they've got their own esoteric following. They're well known. I'm under the ground. I'm under the radar. I've never been mentioned ever by anybody ever until this podcast. So I got the most to prove out of anybody. The weight of the world is on my shoulders because I've got everything to gain and nothing to lose. And you always know what that's like. You always heard the tales of what it means to be against a guy with everything to gain and nothing to lose. You always heard the stories, the ruminations, but this is clearly a test. They're trying to see if I can hang with them. This is like my entry point into the cool kids table. And if I can overcome this, if I can get past this, I could be in the cool kids club, and that's awesome. Who wouldn't want to be in the cool kids club? I want to be in the cool kids club. I know I want to be in the cool kids club, and I'm so close. I'm so close. All right, I'm so freaking close, and I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I will be there. Okay, like I will be there. All right, dude. Like God is real. I know that. I know that for sure. And I will be proven correct when Jom and Ethan join this call and they welcome me with open arms and they say, "You did it. You're now officially a part of the esoteric wrestling discussion community. Here's $100." And I will be so happy. And I'll take that $100 and I'll spend it all at Five Below. Because that's where real money goes. You know what's funny? I don't know how popular Five Below is everywhere else, because I didn't even know that Five Below below I didn't even know that Five Below was a thing until I moved out to West Virginia. But because it's such a fake concept. Like, oh wow, okay, I could spend such a massive amount of money and get so many things, and all of these things are worthless because they're under $5, right? Wow, wow, wow. Isn't that crazy? I don't know, man. It's just, it's weird. It's weird. It's so 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 weird. And I think one thing about it that's so weird to me is how much of it is rip-off stuff. There's some licensed stuff. I remember seeing a lot of FNAF and I remember seeing a lot of Minecraft because it's FNAF and Minecraft, so of course you're gonna be seeing. Okay, I closed Discord on accident. My sincerest apologies. That was not supposed to happen. I just kind of... I don't know how much of this you just missed, but what I was saying was that I feel like I'm going insane. I feel like I'm going crazy, and I feel like I should be locked up and thrown in a loony bin. Because I don't know, man. The thoughts in my brain, the thoughts in my noggin, they're nuts, they're insane, they're sick. I don't know if I should be saying this right now, because like my apartment's got very thin walls, and I do have a roommate, and I don't need him to be hearing me saying this stuff. But like he's been hearing me say so much stuff since I started this podcast, so like who even cares, man? And he's never brought any of it up with me, so like maybe he doesn't hear any of this, and maybe I'm just like overreacting. But again, I don't know if that's something that I should say out loud, though, because like if I say it out loud and it turns out that it's true, well then now he knows that I know, but then he knows that he can't say anything because that would only confirm my suspicions. You know, so like, yeah, I mean, hey, if there was ever any proof that I'm going insane, I think it's that. Um, Man, I'm so sad that I closed Discord. Hopefully you guys didn't miss much. I was afraid that Craig, my beloved Craig, my beautiful beloved boy Craig here would have stopped the recording, and thankfully he did not stop the recording. My goat, my king, my liege, he did not stop the recording, and I'm so happy that he didn't. I'm so happy that he didn't because he's my beloved boy, my beloved Craig, and he would never do that to me. I will admit though, I got a little bit worried. I got a little bit worried for a second there. I got a little bit afraid that Craig would have dipped out because I accidentally dipped out, but he didn't because Craig is trustworthy. Craig is a man that I can respect, unlike Ethan and Jom. Jom Pillars and Ethan Jom are like two peas in an evil Satan hell pod, and they're rotten and they're spoiled, and they should be thrown away, but they should be turned into mush to feed the pigs because that'd be more beneficial. Because they don't know how to show up. They don't know how to respect anybody's time around here, you know? They don't know how to respect my time. They don't know how to respect my efforts that I'm putting in for them. I'm putting in so much effort for these folk, and they have no respect at all for me. No respect at all. So you know what? I'm gonna stop focusing on them. I mean, okay, I can't stop focusing on them because ultimately I'm waiting here for them, right? Like I'm waiting here to keep this place open so that way we could talk about wrestling because I said they'll be here soon, and I don't know why they would ever lie to me about that sort of thing. So I know that they're going to be here soon, so I just gotta wait and I gotta be patient and I just gotta like chill out. It's so hard. It's so difficult sometimes to just wait around, and I don't know what I need to do, but I know that I just gotta keep going. I have to fight. I have to fight through this. I have to fight through this pain. I can't stop. I must not stop. If I were to stop, then what would become of me? Craig, you would judge me, wouldn't you? I know Craig would judge me. I'm sure that once I accidentally dropped out of this Discord call on accident, that Craig probably thought evil, mean things about me. Craig probably thought such cruel, vicious things about me, you know? And I don't need him to think these sorts of things. I already know that John thinks it. I already know that Ethan thinks it. I already know that everybody thinks it about me. And I don't need Craig. Craig doesn't need to think these things. I mean, it would just be too much. It would hurt too much. I can't lose Craig. I cannot lose Craigie Crasbear. I just can't. He is mine and I am his. And to lose him would be to lose everything that I've ever worked for, that I've ever tried to achieve. And I can't bring myself to allow this to happen. It would hurt. It would. And it would be so painful, so painful. When I look at Craig, and I'm looking at him right now. Ethan, please throw up a photo of Craig. Viewer, listener, I want you to see Craig here. And if you are an audio listener, if this ever gets uploaded to audio only, I will describe Craig to you. But if you're a viewer, I want you to look at Craig while I make this description out. And Ethan, I want you to slowly zoom in on Craig when I discuss this. Craig is a brown bear atop a Weezer background. He has a microphone in front of him. His mouth is making the neutral expression. It is a straight line, also known as a 1 in kanji, or ichi if you would prefer. His nose is a black oval, but not quite. It's sort of like a rounded out trapezoid. If you were to take a trapezoid and you were to shave off all the edges, or maybe a really fat triangle. His eyes are basic MS Paint circles. It is white, then a black outline, and then 2 black dots for pupils. His ears look like they came off of a Klondike bar. That is Craig. And amidst all of these features, these simple, basic, rudimentary features, contains the beautiful outworks of grace and of bliss and of all things jubilant and wonderful in this world. I know that for the past 25 minutes that I've been sitting here alone waiting for these people to join. It hasn't felt like 25 minutes. If anything, it's only felt like 10 minutes because Craig has been here with me and he's been helping me out. He's been listening to me. You know that? It's hard to imagine somebody listening to me, but I know that Craig's here and he listens. And there's proof too. This wouldn't be out there on the World Wide Web if it wasn't for him. If he wasn't listening. If he just turned a blind eye to me. If he paid no attention to me at all. Well, that's how I would know. But I know that he's not. I know that he's not. I know that he's still recording. I know that he's still recording. And I know that he's still listening. And I know that I could trust him. And I know that one day I will meet him. And I'll say hello. We will shake hands. And we'll go and we'll play chess in a park. And then maybe we'll go and we'll go paint. We'll go practice painting together in an alley somewhere. Maybe not an alley, but like a top of a parking garage. We would go to the top of a parking garage and we would look out on the city. We would look out on the skyline of the city and we would dare ourselves to think of the most imaginative thing that we could in this city and we would paint it. And then we would compare it and we would take each other's respective paintings home with us and we would frame them in our living room. And and if anybody were to ask, we would say it was made by by a wonderful, terrific artist, and we would describe all the wonderful things that this artist has done, but we would be describing each other, and we would be describing each other to our friends, and our friends, well, they wouldn't know. They would be like, "Wow, that's so interesting. Where can I find more?" And I would tell them, "Oh, well, he never really broke out. Things never really seemed to work out for him." And it would sound like we were discussing their careers, but in reality, we were discussing us. Maybe things weren't able to work out for us because I was a human being and he was a non-sentient recording app. But he could still paint. He could still paint and he could still imagine. And even if he couldn't do all those things, he could still listen, and that matters so much more. Oh, how I long to talk to you, Craig, to be alongside you, Craig. Ah, but I guess that's just the way it goes, huh? The heart always wants what it can't have. I'm sure this is not a common thing for you, Craig. I'm sure this is a very common thing for you, Craig. You know, if you could talk, I'm curious about what it would be that you would say, Craig. I'm curious about what you would tell me. What mysteries hide around that little noggin of yours? What rolls around in that little brain stem of yours, I wonder? Probably nothing good. Probably nothing good at all, but I mean, hey, who am I to judge, right? I'm no judger. It'd be rude of me to judge that sort of thing. And I don't want to be rude, Craig. I don't want to be rude. Come on, where's the fun in being rude? There's no fun in being rude. There's never been any fun in being rude. Let's be downright mean. Ah, it almost feels like you're like a Wilson ball to me, Craig. I'm lost here in the sea of discord, in the endless ocean of conversation and patience, waiting for these freaking FedEx drivers, Jom and Ethan, to drop their package known as joining this VC and saving me. But I can't. I just can't seem to do it. But you know, you're here, Craig. You are my Wilson, and I'm thankful for you. Because you're keeping me sane, you know that? I mean, if you weren't here, I don't know what would have happened. If they told me to just wait in this VC and they told me not to start the recording, not to start the podcast episode, oh man, then you wouldn't have been here. It would have just been me all alone. And oh, I don't think I would have been able to do it. But you're here. You are here, and I can see you, and I'm so happy about that. Thank you, Craig. You know, I don't want to gas you up too much. I want to take the spotlight off of you. And you know what I want to talk about actually, because I don't want to I don't want to gas you up too, Craig. I don't want to give you an ego. And I know that you're not the type of guy to get an ego. I know you're not the type of guy to get an ego, mind you. I know you wouldn't do that sort of thing, Craig. I know you're not the type of guy to do that sort of thing, okay? I know that. I know that. But here's the deal, okay? Here is the deal. I feel that we should talk about some gosh darn freaking professional wrestling. Okay? I am sick to death of me not talking about professional wrestling, right? And I'm sure you feel that way too. It's been so long. It's been oh so long since we discussed some freaking professional wrestling around here. And let me tell you, I'm not gonna let that stand. Not anymore. I ain't gonna let that fly. I ain't gonna let that fly. So let's talk about some wrestling, alright? And I think what we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about early era Ring of Honor. All right, because that's what I've been watching lately. I've been trying to get into some early era Ring of Honor, and it's been kind of hard. Not because I don't like it, but because I've been trying to watch it with a friend, and I've been trying to watch it together. And I don't want to like step out of turn. I don't want to watch it without him, but I'm really invested. Is the thing because we just hit 2004. So we're still super, super early into it, right? We haven't even hit like peak Joe, right? Like, I mean, I guess technically you could say 04, 05 is it. So maybe we have, but I know most people talk about 05 when they do 04. But anyway, point is, just hit 2004 Ring of Honor. Very excited about that. But I want to keep going, but I can't because I have to wait for my friend to be free, and he is not free very often because it's very hard to get scheduled to match up. You know. Scheduling is brutal, especially when you're trying to watch like a multi-hour long show every single time. But we've been able to do about other stuff. Like we watched Fargo together, which was very fun, except for season 4. For some reason, I haven't shown him season 4 yet. I don't know why. Probably because I just don't want to watch it. I'm planning on showing his ass Ping Pong the animation at some point because that is the best TV show of all time. Well, it could be. I don't know. I think the best TV show of all time is either that or Joe Pera talks with you for very different reasons, but I think they're both, well, maybe not very different reasons, because if you kind of think about it, the message between Ping Pong the Animation and Joe Pera talks with you are actually incredibly similar, if you really think about it. If you really think about it, I think you can argue that they are incredibly similar as concepts and as actual things to be devoured and consumed, which I know sounds silly, and it sounds crazy, and it sounds ridiculous. But the thing is, like, can you really argue with me on this? I don't think so. I don't think you can. I don't think you can, brother. Even if you want to, I don't think you can. Because I think what I'm saying makes sense. And it won't make sense if you don't watch either of those shows, but maybe you should. Maybe the big takeaway here is that you should engage in all this media that I'm telling you to engage in, so I have somebody to talk to about it. And although to be fair, Ethan is a big ping ponger, and I could discuss ping pong with him. Um, and I would be more than happy to discuss. I would be more than happy to discuss ping pong with him if he would just join the frickin' call. If he would join the frickin' call, well then guess what? I could discuss ping pong with Ethan MacPillar all night long. I could discuss ping pong with Ethan MacPillar for as long as I want, but he would have to join the call for me to do that. And he just can't seem to, can he? Right? Maybe there's just like something impossible about it. Maybe there's something intangibly impossible about him joining right now. And it's just something that I can't fight. It's something that I can't seem to contend with. And it's messed up. It's messed up. It's messed up. But anyway, not to get sidetracked. Not to get sidetracked. Although it's so easy for me to get sidetracked when it comes to something like Ping Pong the Animation or Joe Pera. I actually have a painting. Well, not a painting. It's like a printed watercolor copy, so it's not like the original. But I would love to get my hands on the original. But it's of Joe Pera and it's of his Fall Drive episode, and it's made by a guy named John, and it's just so it's just a nice watercolor painting of him, um doing the pumpkin thing, where he takes a pumpkin, carves it out, and then he takes it with him on a big fall drive, and then he pushes the pumpkin into a waterfall. And I want to do that so badly one day. Once fall rolls around again, and it's like pumpkin season, and it's good autumn season with like the leaves are falling and everything, and they're not fully gone yet, and they're not like golden either. They're kind of like a wet brown, like you would see on a paper bag. Like if you imagine a paper lunch bag and then converted that to a leaf, it's that color, like that era of fall. And I'm gonna get a pumpkin. I'm gonna carve my face into it. Well, not my face, but I'm going to carve a face into it. Then I'm gonna send it on its way. And I've been wanting to do that for so long, and I never got to because in Albuquerque, not many chances to see a waterfall. Here, though, I have plenty of opportunities, and I understand that I probably won't be able to get to a waterfall unsupervised to allow me to toss a pumpkin down there. So what I'm thinking of doing is I'm gonna just have to kind of do what he did and just kind of find an entry point along a river and then just send it down the river. Then at some point, it'll get to the waterfall, and maybe I won't be able to see it fall down the waterfall per se, but at least I'll be able to know that it got to the water, you know? Or maybe it didn't. Maybe it got stuck like during the transit and it didn't actually make it, which would be really, really unfortunate. And I do not want that to be the case. Although it could be, and I'm hoping that it's not, but it could be. And I'm really, 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 really hoping that it's not, but it could be. So, fingers crossed that's not what happens, but it could. I guess I'll have to wait until autumn, though, for that to happen. Autumn is quite a ways away. And on the subject of autumn, actually, there is a turn on my drive to training that I have to drive by every single freaking day because I like to take the same road every single day, which is not a bad thing. I want to clarify it. Maybe I made it sound like a bad thing because I emphasized it like that, but clarification needed. It is not a bad thing. It is a very lovely road. It's a very windy road, and I actually quite like it. The issue being, though, that only during August do I get to see a truly, truly beautiful sight. And it lasts about like, I don't know, like 5 seconds. Genuinely, it lasts about 5 seconds. If that. It could last even shorter than 5 seconds, if I'm honest. It might have, actually, yeah, I think it does. I genuinely think it does, which is kind of unfortunate. But, point is, it is this short 5 second right turn. And I take this right turn whenever I'm driving to go to class. Um, in August, of course. Um, but in August, um, there's this really beautiful sight where the leaves turn this angelic, like halo-esque level of you know, like this halo level quality to it. And I want to live in that moment. Like genuinely. If you've ever seen the movie Afterlife, and like the stipulation that like you could take only one singular memory with you as you go into the afterlife, and then after that you're pee pee poofed, right? Gone forever. But you get to revisit that one moment for all eternity. But you can only choose that one moment. So it's like, oh well, what moment do you choose? Ooh, that's the big question, right? Well, in my personal opinion, I'm not even kidding, and I maybe I'm only saying this because I still got quite a little bit of life left to live. But I genuinely think that I would select that short 3 second long turn as my one moment that I would carry with me into death forever because it is so pretty. And I would have to clarify that if it was like a rule where I could like revisit the confines of that moment, it's not like a reliving moment where I relive the experience of that moment for like a very brief second and then I pee pee poof again. If it was like, no, you get to lock in and you get to just fully experience this moment and you get to even move around in the moment if you wanted, then yeah, I would choose that. Because I would just get to sit there on like a hill and I would just get to see everything about this place move for itself. Because it's genuinely, it's off the 119 heading to Uniontown. So if you're in Morgantown and you're driving the 119 straight to Uniontown. That's all you're doing. You're not moving from that spot at all. You're sticking with your guns to that spot and you're not moving at all, right? If you do that and you do that in August, you will get to a turn at some point that lasts an incredibly short period of time. And you'll notice this turn because it has a smokestack in the background. It's got a really, really huge smoke screen thing coming from the back. And you won't miss that because it's very bright and aggressive. Well, not bright. Sorry, bright's not the right word, but it's very apparent as to what this thing is, right? And you'll see it, and that's how you'll notice the turn, okay? And maybe you won't be able to notice the turn, or maybe you won't be able to recognize that this is the turn if it's not in August. But if you happen to be there in August, my humble recommendation to you is to take that ride because you have to take it when the time is right, of course. You can't just like show up for no good reason. And you have to make sure you hit that sweet spot where the leaves are still on the tree, but they're actively falling off of the tree while you're saying that. Again, very hard sweet spot to hit. But if you can do that, holy cow, you are in. You are in, dude. It is such a pretty, beautiful sight. And I wish I could live in it forever. I wish I could live in it forever. Maybe. I don't know. It depends on what the rules of the afterlife are. If the rules of the afterlife are, you can live in this situation forever if you like forever, just, just like don't go crazy about it, then I would. I definitely would, and I'm not afraid to admit it. I totally would, dude. I totally would. I totally would. Absolutely 100% I would. Um But if it was just like you have to relive this moment, so like I just have to close my eyes and I get to relive this 3-second long experience, then maybe I don't think I would. But it was like here's this like reality wrapped in a bottle for you. Go crazy with it. Then yeah, I think I would. I think I would. If I was like given like a confine of like, hey, you can't leave this space, but you get to just exist in the memory, then yeah, I definitely would choose that turn. And I would sit up on the hill that's like right up top and I'd just chill, brother. I would not move. I would just chill. I would have a great time, and I would have no reason to complain ever about anything in my life ever, It would be great. It'd be wonderful. And maybe one day it'll happen. Maybe one day, should we be so lucky, it'll happen. Maybe. I don't know. If I'm honest, I'd prefer a more fulfilling afterlife than that. So I guess if we're lucky, we'll actually get more to it than that. But hey, you never know, right? You never know. Anything's plausible. Anything's plausible. Anything's plausible. I guess that's kind of scary though, right? Anything is possible. As potential, as much potential as there is for me to experience that eternal heaven, it's also possible that I could go to hell and eat Dairy Queen forever. Alright, so it's kind of like a give and take situation. Maybe I could get that, or maybe I could go to hell and eat Dairy Queen forever. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to go to hell and eat Dairy Queen forever. But maybe I could, or like maybe, you don't know. Maybe anything's possible. And that's the scary part is that anything is possible. But hey, no need to get so philosophical in the Scramble Bunkhouse Deathcast episode, whatever. No need to get so philosophical and enter this moral quandary or anything like that. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I've got no reason to be doing all that. I've got no reason to be doing all that. What I need to do is I need to play Super Auto Pets like I said I would. I said I would play Super Auto Pets, and you know what? I'm going to. As a matter of fact, here's a plot twist for you. Something I bet you weren't expecting. I've been playing Super Auto Pets. That's right. I've been playing Super Auto Pets. Maybe you thought that I hadn't been, but I've been playing Super Auto Pets, brother. I've been on this. I've currently got 5 wins, but I've only got 3 hearts left. So it's getting dicey. Things are getting dicey. My squad currently looks deranged, and I will be the first to admit this to you. because I have a bison on my squad, and this bison's not gonna do jack until I get a level 3. And I'm so close. I need one single ant. And if I can get this ant, then it's only good things from here, okay? It's only good things from here if I can get this ant. But if I don't get this ant, I'm boned. You see? So that's the big dilemma. And I can't get this ant, dude. If I can just get this ant, it's Jover. It's Jover for the opposite team. But I have to get this ant first. Oh, they've got a skunk. They've got a skunk. Oh, it's Jover. And they got a hippo. Okay, okay. Here's some real shit. All right, you want to discuss some real shit? The hippo is the most easy to win pet in all of Super Auto Pets, bro. I'm sick to fucking death of the hippo. I think anytime I run into a hippo player, I just know that they're a bona fide scumbag and I don't want to talk to them. And I understand, maybe that's a bit aggressive. Maybe I'm being a little bit rude. But you know something? It's true. It's absolutely true. I come in here I just get rolled by hippo teams. And it's not because I'm bad. Like, I'm not doing like the mad cause bad thing. I'm not doing the mad cause bad thing. It's just that hippos suck ass, dude. I hate hippos. And you would too. You would too if you had to deal with these fuckers. Because they're just the most easy, cheap, awful, 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 deeply terrible pet in the game. Okay? Deeply terrible. And I don't say this lightly. I do not say this lightly, but they are the most deeply terrible pet in the game, okay? And quite frankly, that's all I gotta say on the matter. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why are they so bad, right? That must be what you're thinking. Why, oh why, are these gosh darn hippos so bad that they got you all riled up like this? Well, I'm glad you asked, okay? I'm glad you asked. They're so bad because their ability, watch, I'm about to run into one, I guarantee you. No, I didn't actually. I run into I do a lot of damage build, which is honestly pretty fair because they just owned my entire team. So, credit where it's due. They just completely obliterated my whole team in one fell swoop. So good for them. I have lost and I'm out of health. Wow. Probably because I'm multitasking. I'm gonna lock in on this one. I'm gonna describe to you this entire Super Auto Pets game, start to finish, and you're gonna be like, "Wow, this guy is really good at Super Auto Pets. I need to ask this guy how to play this game so that I can play it with him, because he seems to know a lot about this game and he seems really cool and awesome." So first of all, here's what the hippo does. Okay, I'm gonna describe the hippo to you, just so that way you get an understanding. So the hippo is a tier 4 pet, and the tiers go up to 6. The hippo, on knockout, gains +2/+2. Alright? That's what it does. It gains double against tier 4 pets or higher. So, you can get a +2/+2 if you knock out a pet lower than a tier 4, or you can get a +4/+4 if it's higher than that, or even if it's just equal. And I don't think you understand how evil that is, because if you juice up a hippo and it takes damage, it just regains the health back. So you can't kill it. It's an unkillable creature. That's what's evil about it. It just keeps regaining health over and over and over. My starting team here is an otter, an ant, and a pig. And I'm gonna name myself the Giggling Socks. That's my team name. Now, I will admit, Otter, Ant, Pig, not a good team. There's not a lot of synergy here. However, counterpoint, Mosquito is here, and mosquitoes are not good pets. So therefore, I will draw. And that's exactly what happened. So, I can live with a draw. I'm not like upset with a draw. I'd prefer if I didn't draw, of course, mind you. But I have a very dumb strategy, and that is to juice the pig. I love juicing the pig. I know what you're thinking. Well, why is that a bad strategy? Because the pig's ability only works if you sell it. On sell, it gives you gold. But I'm not going to sell it. I'm actually going to juice it, and I'm going to keep it the entire game because the pig is a 4-1 off rip. And a 4-1 off rip is insane. Those are great stats. On the early game, the stats are what matter. On the early game, it doesn't matter what you do, brother. If you got good stats, you're going to win the game. So that's like how you play the early game. You just get some Fricko Insano style stats. And as you're getting Sicko and Sano style stats, you're subsequently getting pretty good pets too. You see, that's how it works. That's how it works. Now, that being said, I'm going to sell my otter, and I'm going to sell my beaver. My beaver did not boost my pig, which is really tragic, as I was hoping it would boost my pig, but it didn't. So, that's okay, because I'm still going to juice my pig with a cupcake, which is going to give it a couple looks of sauce. I'm going to see what that does. I'm running 4 squatted, though, which is not good, especially because I'm up against a 5 squad. It's a 5 squad stat team, too. Oh, no. Never mind. Never mind. I'm the best. I'm the GOAT. I'm the GOAT. I'm the GOAT. I'm the GOAT. Easy win. Easy win, baby. Easy win. Okay, so in order to win, I have to get 10 wins. I have 5 lives, but I need to get to 10 wins. So there's some room to goof around here. Don't get it twisted. There's some room to try to better my squadron here, right? There's some room. There's some room. But there's not a lot of room. So I gotta think here. I'm gonna freeze a worm. The worm has been giga nerfed, by the way. I would just like to say that right now. The worm used to be the best pet in the game. The worm is now giga nerfed, and it's not a good pet anymore. Or so I think. I'm gonna see if I can make the worm work. I think if I upgrade the worm, it'll be something really good. But I have to upgrade the worm first for that to happen. So let's see if I can get something done here. Let's see if my theory is true, why don't we? I'm on 2 wins, still got 5 wins, still got 5 hearts rather. And I'm gonna now see if I can commit myself to upgrading the worm. Alright, so that's the new plan. I'm gonna freeze the apple. I'm going to buy these 2 ants. I'm gonna upgrade this. Ooh, a bison has popped up, but I'm not gonna fall for the same pitfall. The bison would be good in the event that I had another like level up creatura, but I don't right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a penguin. And the penguin's gonna juice my ant, and subsequently, if my ant gets juiced, that'll give me some more time to think, to strategize, if you will. Oh no, they've got a. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's Jover. It's so Jover. Wait a minute. Maybe it's not Jover. Maybe it's not Jover. Oh, it's Jover. They had a bee. They had a bee. They had a bee. Oh no. I'm not actually okay. New plan. New plan because it'd be funny. I'm not actually going to explain any of this to you. If you know this game, then you'll know what I'm talking about, but only if you know this game. So, sorry, buddy. If you do not know Super Auto Pets, you're not going to understand anything I'm saying, and I'm done describing it to you. All right? I do not owe you descriptions at all. All right, pal? So, that's that. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. I'm trying to level up my ant to level 3, which I don't know what I'm doing next. I already skipped the bison, so if I really, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess it's because it's funny, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it is kind of funny. Um, Oh my god, a 13-13? How the fuck? Okay, well, I definitely okay. I gotta clutch up. I've got 2 wins and I've got 3 hearts. So this is not good. This is really not good. I need to clutch up now. Okay? And that's good because ooh, hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Things could change. Things could turn around for us, fellas. Things could turn around for us. Things could turn around for us. Hold on. Hold on. I think we're in. Oh, I think we're in. I think we're in. I think we're in. I think we've done it. I think we've done it. I think we've done it. Okay, hold on. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I've managed to make it so that my penguin is going to start beefing up my boys. There's a hippo, of course. As soon as I think there's a chance, a hippo comes in. A hippo comes in the fucking fray as soon as there's a chance. I hate hippos. 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 You know what? You know what? Okay, fine. Fine. If they're gonna do it like this, if they're gonna do it like this, then I'm more than happy to oblige. I am more than fucking happy to oblige if they're gonna do it like this. If this is how they intend to do it, then by all means, let them go right ahead, I say. Let them go ahead, I say. If this is how they intend to play this game, then I say, let them go right ahead. Watch what happens. Watch what happens. I've got a scorpion. I'm going to use the scorpion to my advantage, buddy. Oh, that's huge. That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. I could actually win. I could actually win. Holy crap. Now, I want to say I'm actually pretty good at this game. The issue that I'm not being good at this game right now is because I am probably, well, one, I'm multitasking while waiting for Ethan and Jom. So that's probably one, right? But for another, I'm also pretty tired. In case you can't tell by my voice, I'm quite tired. But nevertheless, holy shit. Hold on. Hold the phone. 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 Hold on. Hold on. I've got a sicko, insano style idea that most people are going to call me deranged for. But I think I see something. I think I see something. I think I see something. And I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. I'm playing with two hearts, so I need to play risky anyway. And I'm going to play risky. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play risky. And they're going to call me crazy. They're going to call me insane for this. There's a hippo. Fucking killed myself. Wait. I did it. I did it. I beat the hippo. I beat the hippo. You know what that means? This is going to sound crazy. This is going to sound crazy. But the fact that I beat the hippo means that there's a very real chance that this team could have legs. The fact that I beat this hippo is that there's a very real chance that I could get something done here. There's a very real chance I could get something done here. Holy crap. This is huge. This is actually massive. I think I could get something done here. I really do. Okay, I just need to lock in though. It means nothing if I can't lock in. So I do need to lock in. Okay. The oh shit. Oh no. Okay, I do need to lock in because I'm on lethal right now. I am on lethal, so I need to get out of lethal. But if I can get out of lethal, then I think there's something to this. Okay, I think there's something to this. So since I'm on lethal, I gotta start making tough decisions. That's for one. That's one. For one thing, I gotta start making some tough decisions. Okay, all right. I gotta think. Since I'm on lethal, I'm gonna sell the worm, and this is gonna be brutal. Selling the worm is gonna be brutal, but I have to do this. This is my only hope. My only hope is this stupid ass plan that I got. This is my only hope, but I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. This is how it works. This is how it works. All right. This is how we do things around here. Okay. And the people may doubt me, but I know deep in my heart that I can get this done. I know deep in my heart that I can get this done. So I don't know which one's next to go, but assuming that I somehow survive this, even with my dog ass squad that I got here, assuming that I survive this turn. Oh, wait a second. I think we're back. I think we're back. Hold on. I think we're back. I think we're back. Oh, we're back. Oh, we're back. We're back. And in a big way. I'm still on lethal, mind you. I am still on lethal. That has not changed. But now I gotta make some tough decisions. Mind you, I do have to make some tough decisions. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna sell you. And then I'm gonna buy you. And then I'm gonna sell you. And then I'm gonna buy you. Yes, of course, of course. And then I'm gonna freeze you because I have an armadillo. And usually an armadillo, kind of an insane thing to do. I would not recommend buying an armadillo. But I have a vision, you see. I have a vision. It's one that one may call deranged. One may call this vision insane. But not I. No, not I. Not I at all. No, 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 no. For you see, this vision that I have, it is one of insanity, one of depravity, one, most of all, of genius. Yes, of genius. You heard me right. Of genius. If I mean, this is a huge gamble because the armadillo gives like +8 health, and it gives all pets +8 health, including my enemies. But the idea that I have is big scorpion. So if I can give big scorpion, oh my god, it's working. It's working. It's working. Oh my god, it's working. It's working. Okay, hold on. Big scorpion. Big scorpion might work. Big scorpion might fucking work. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Hold on. Hold on. Big scorpion might work, dude. I don't want to jinx it, obviously. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. But big scorpion might just fucking work. Alright. Oh my god, big scorpion might work, dude. Big scorpion might work. I mean, this is a major gambit that I'm doing. Like, I can't stress to you how insane what I'm doing right now is, but it could work. It could work. And that's the crazy thing about it. Is as God is my witness, it could work. Big scorpion could work. I've got a 35-46 scorpion right now, brother. And the haters and the losers, they want to try and take it away from me. They want to try and take big scorpion away from me, but they can't. Okay. I need to get 3 wins in a row here. I gotta clutch up and I gotta get 3 wins in a row. I can do it. I think I can do it. So here's the thing. First of all, the dragon, I can't utilize the dragon anymore. The dragon has been great for me. I can't deny this. The dragon has been tremendous for me. The issue, however, is that I don't have space for him anymore. I don't. I don't. Plain fact of the matter, do not have space for him anymore. So I need to compensate. I need to compensate. And what I need to do. Oh my god, I can get a tier 3 monkey next turn. Oh my god, I can get a tier 3 monkey next turn. A tier 3 monkey next turn. Okay, if the other team is a scorpion, then I'm pwned. But they don't. They don't. I win. I win. I win. It's Jover. It's Jover. Oh my god. Okay, okay, okay. I gotta lock in though. I still need 2 more victories, okay? I do still need 2 more victories. This cannot be argued. I do still need 2 more victories. So before I go going pog crazy, I do still need 2 more victories. So let's focus and let's lock in on that. I can't lose sight of the ultimate goal of 2 more victories. Alright, so 2 more victories is what a grown boy needs. So let's see if we can get it done. I'm now gonna start trying to juice my ant, because my scorpion is a 4250. I physically cannot get any better than that. So I'm not even gonna try. I'm not even gonna try. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. One more win. One more win is all I need. If I can get this win, this will be the greatest victory in my Super Auto Pets career, dude. I will never be able to say that I had a better win than this. Oh my goodness. I think it's all coming together. I think you guys are bearing witness to the single greatest win in Super Auto Pets history. Let me run the list down for you, okay? I got 1 life left, and I need 1 more trophy to win. In the back, I got a 13 attack, 14 health monkey. Following that, I got a 7 attack, 5 health tiger, potentially soon to be extinct. In front of him, a 9 attack, 9 health snake, level 2. Monkey's level 3, by the way. Then, my heavy hitter, my 42 attack, 50 health scorpion. And up front, my 21 attack, 22 health, level 3 ant with melon armor. With the monkey, goes up to 27, 31. Now this is it. If I can get this done, holy cannoli. But I have to get this done first. And that's the big issue, is getting it done. But I think I can. I think I can. Oh, I definitely can. It's over. I win. I win the game. The game is won. I've won the game. I think. One more pet. Boom. Easy peasy. I'm taking a screenshot of this. And I'm sending it to Ethan. Ethan, whenever you join the call, for one, we got to get started on this episode. It's been a while, so I'd really like to get started on this episode. But after that, we need you to put this win on the board. Okay, I need you to put this win on the board. All right, I'm taking a screenshot of it, so that way everyone can see the win that I just got. Because this is a great win. This win, this is special. This is some special shit right here. I'm gonna send it in here, so you guys can just take a look at this. My main takeaway here for one is the dragon is insane. And also the monkey. The monkey is like, oh, an instant win. The monkey's crazy. The monkey's a spectacular pet. I cannot believe the monkey is what I think it is, bro. Like, holy cannoli. Holy cannoli. That freaking monkey, dude. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The thing that a level 2 monkey is capable of. Like, first of all, a level 1 monkey, already insane. Okay? But I'm not breaking new ground when I say that. Level 1 monkey, already pretty nuts. Everybody knows this. This is not hidden knowledge. This is not hidden knowledge. But like, I mean, dude, like I remember one time I read a Super Auto Pets tier list, and in the top two, in the only two pets in S, genuinely, the only two pets in S tier were the otter and the monkey, and I was astounded when I saw that. I was like, really, the otter and the monkey? Surely you must be pulling my leg here. Surely you must be yanking my chain. The otter and the monkey? Really? No, no, no. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. Otter and the monkey, you're insane, right? That's what I thought. I thought you're insane. You're crazy. You have no idea what you're talking about. But then I've been playing the game, and like, I can't argue with results, dude. The results are the results. So like, I can't, I can't argue against it. I can't. The results are the results, and the plain fact of the matter is, as sad as it is, it's pretty doggone successful. For one, okay, I didn't actually read the article at all. Okay, so let me just make that clear right now. I saw the tier list, I saw the monkey and the otter were an S, and I immediately moved on with my day. I did not get anything else out of it. I'm sure there was probably more. Don't get it twisted, but I just completely ignored every single other thing about it because all that I saw was, well, these animals are an S, so clearly they must be good. But what makes them good? Hmm, that's the big question, and I wanted to figure that out for myself. I like the idea of getting help in games and stuff, but I also like the idea of only getting as much help as is required to try and then figure it out yourself, you know? Like he gives me it gave me a nice fun little tip that hey, the otter and the monkey are good. Why? Now that I've played it, now well now I know why, right? I know why now. And it's great. It's great. It's wonderful. And I am very glad. It is very, very, very exciting stuff here, man. Very exciting stuff. And I, for one, am very stoked about it. Almost as stoked as Jake Blues was when he realized that the band could be brought back together to save the orphanage. Now, Elwood, of course, agrees that getting the band back together would definitely raise money. But it's a bit of a problem because you see, Mr. Fabulous, he's now a wonderful waiter taking place at the most pristine establishment in all of potentially Chicago. And how are you supposed to get Mr. Fabulous out of such a high paying gig? Well, here's how. First of all, you gotta get Bert and Magic Tones first. Burn the Magic Tones, I think their name, are most of the band. It's Donald Duck Duggan, Steve the Colonel Cropper, um, I believe it's Lou Bones Malone, no Tom Bones Malone. And then it also has the keyboardist and the drummer, whose name I'm forgetting for some reason. Don't know why. I think the drummer's name is Hi Hat, but I don't think it's right. Anyway, they're most of the band, and they're all together playing like dumb, cringe, lame music with like fuzzy instruments. And so they're like, "Man, you guys suck, but you should join our band again." And then the drummer is like, "Well, you're not gonna get them out of them high-paying gigs." To which Jake says, "No, to which Elwood says, well, oh no." To which Jake says, "Well, you see, me and the Lord, we got an understanding." And then Elwood says, "We're on a mission from God." So then they go and they get Mr. Fabulous first. They go over to his high paying establishment, his high paying gig. And he's like, "All right, brother, here's the deal. Here's the sitch. Here's the situation. Here's the gosh darn freaking situation, brother." And they make a mess. They make a real despicable, disgusting, diabolical mess. And Jake turns to a family eating. He puts on like this like really racist accent almost. He's like, "How much for the little girl? You're women. How much for the women?" And he's like, "Bro, what are you talking about?" He's like, "You're women. I want to buy them. How much for the little girl? How much for the women?" Ah. And he's like, "Mr. Fabulous, if you don't rejoin the band right the frick now, my brother and I will eat here for every meal of every day of the week." And then as he says that, Elwood stuffs his face with bread. And he's like, "Wow, I hate you." And then, he's like, "Fine." And then the one family who got, just got owned was like, "Sir, what the frick? Sir, hello? Sir, hello? Sir?" He's like, "Man, can you just like shut the frick up?" It was like, "Sir, what the frick was that? What the frick was that, dude? What the frick was that?" And that's like basically the whole scene. So anyway, next step on the list is now to get two men in one, Matt Guitar Murphy and Blue Lou Maroney. So in order to do that, they got to find where they're at. Matt Guitar Murphy has settled down. He has a woman now, and his woman controls him. Blue Lou Maroney has joined as their dishwasher, their dishwashing slave. This poor man, he wants to play the sax, but he's doomed to wash dishes and make food. So anyway, they're moving down. They're trying to find him. They have to go into the soulful part of Chicago, where John Lee Hooker is playing Boom Boom right now. Pretty cool scene. Then he goes in an argument about who wrote Boom Boom, as if he didn't write Boom Boom when he clearly wrote Boom Boom. Anyway, that would be the craziest part of the scene, if not for the fact that the owner of the diner that Matt Guitar Murphy works for, and also apparently Matt Guitar Murphy's canon wife, is Aretha Franklin. That's right, Aretha Franklin, the person who has Rolling Stone's #1 song of all time, and also Rolling Stone's #1 singing voice of all time, Aretha Franklin. And you're not going to believe it, but the song that she sings in this movie is the song that Rolling Stone has selected as the #1 song in all of human history. And so she sings Think. And you want to know why she sings Think? Because Matt Guitar Murphy, well, for one, first of all, sorry, let me not get, sorry, I don't want to get ahead of track here, of course. Matt Guitar Murphy will come in just a second. First, the Blues Brothers come first. Jake and Elwood Blues, they open the door. They walk into the establishment. They're like, "Ma'am, we're hungry. We would like to eat." It's like, "All right, well, what would you like to have?" So, I believe Elwood's first. He's like, "I would like to have a piece of plain white toast." He's like, "Oh, you want any butter or jam on that?" And she's like, "No, ma'am, plain." He's like, okay, will that be all?" He's like, "Yeah." "And how about you?" He's like, Jake Elwood, I'm sorry, Jake Blues is like, yeah, I'll take 4 fried chickens and a Coke." And I'm like, "All right, and she's like, "All right, what part of the chicken do you want? We got chicken breast, chicken leg, chicken tender." And he's like, "I want 4 fried chickens and a Coke." And then they're like, "Oh, you want anything else with that?" And I was like, "No, ma'am." Jake's like, "A Coke." Then he comes in, he's like, "You're not gonna believe what just came through that door." And Mac Murphy's like, "Oh yeah, what is it?" He's like, two white boys just came in dressed like they're from the CIA or something. It's like, psh, wow, what do they want? And Aretha Franklin's like, well, the skinny one just wants plain white bread with nothing on it. Sorry. Wrong. Aretha Franklin's like, well, the big one wants 4 whole fried chickens and a Coke. And then McIntyre Murphy puts his hand on his chin. He's like, Jake. And then the other one wants a piece of plain white bread with nothing on it. Elwood, by God, it's the Blues Brothers. Ethan, please show a screen. Please show an image of the Blues Brothers on screen. And if you can, please show this exact scene that I'm describing on screen too. So anyway, he's like, "Whoa, how the frick are you?" Blue Lou Maroney's like, "What the frick?" And Blue Lou has no voice lines, by the way, which I would just like to say right now, just to clear that up. Blue Lou Maroney has 0 voice lines in this entire movie. He's just there as like comic relief and to play the sax. He's really, really good at playing the sax. I should mention every single musician in the Blues Brothers is a real musician. Steve the Colonel Cropper, Donald Duck Duggan, Matt Guitar Murphy, and so on and so forth. They are not fictional characters of the part of the Blues Brothers band. They're all actually real talented, trained classical musicians, and they're all very, very good at their jobs. So anyway, Jay and Mom were like, Matt Guitar Murphy, we're getting the band back together. You gotta join. Blue Maroney, you also gotta join. We got everybody else. Now you guys just gotta join. And I'm like, well, I guess we gotta, huh? And then Aretha Franklin's like, no, you don't. We're married and we have a stable job here. Business is great. We have money. You do not need to go running off with these 2 men, one of which, I remind you, was just in jail. And then Matt Guitar Murphy says the incredibly insightful, understandable talking point that I think most people can see where he's coming from here. And he goes, "Aw, shut up, woman." And then at that point, Aretha Franklin immediately starts singing Think. And you know how Think goes. I mean, it's the #1 song of all time, according to Rolling Stones, so you clearly know how Think goes. It's great. This is the best version of Think of all time. This is better than the actual recorded version of Think, in my opinion. This is the best version of Think ever. It is so good. And Blue Lou Maroney just pops out of nowhere to start playing. I think Matt Guitar Murphy starts playing guitar too, even though he's getting obliterated by his wife. It's a great scene. It's a great scene. And at the very end, um, Aretha Franklin just points at him off the last Think, and then Matt Guitar Murphy just takes off his cooking apron and walks away, which is funny because he basically is like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get divorced so I can play music with the Blues Brothers." and, and then Blue Lou Maroney looks like a lost dog, and she's like, "Oh well, get out of here, damn it!" And then she's like, "Oh man, shit, fuck, bam, piss, shit, fuck, piss, damn, piss, fuck, shit, fuck, piss, damn, shit, fuck." You know, I lost my husband to the Blues Brothers. So now they did that. Now they gotta go get gear, right? They got their old instruments, but now they gotta get some new ones. So they go to Ray's. Who's Ray? Why, Ray Charles, of course. Ray Charles is discussing things when a youth tries to steal a guitar. So he tries to shoot the kid. Well, he doesn't try to shoot the kid, but he shoots near the kid with a loaded live gun. It's like, "Go on, get out of here." The kid runs away, and Ray Charles is like, "It breaks my heart to see young boys gone bad." And this has nothing to do with the movie at all. And my even running theory is that Ray Charles just really wanted to shoot a gun because, he's blind. So when would he ever get the chance to shoot a gun for real, right? So my theory is that was a bit of movie magic and he just really wanted to shoot a gun before he died. So he's like, "Hey, I'll be in your movie if you let me shoot a gun." So he shoots a gun and the kid runs away. And then another music scene. It may be hard to believe, but the movie about making music had a lot of music in it. So um, what happens after that? Again, shocking as it may be, is that he managed to pull in, and they sing. I don't know what the real name of this song is, but it's like, so do the twist. Maybe just call it the twist, because they say do the twist, do the bird, do the mashed potato, and I think about do the mashed potato all the time. That's the one that I think about. Um, that's the one I think about. There's a lot in this song. Do the bird is also really good. I like watching them do the bird, but the mashed potato is the one. That's the one for me. I like the mashed potato. That's like the best part of their whole little thing that they do here. Oh, I think it's called Twisted. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, it's like, oh, Twisted. Shake it up, baby. I let go. Yeah. I think it's called Twisted. Really good song. Second only to Stand By Your Man. Stand By Your Man is the best song in the movie, which I will admit is a very, very, very risky stance to take because there's a lot of great songs in this thing. And although maybe I would say She Got the Cake is actually the best one, it's also the first song, so I don't really want to go with that. But it might be. It probably is. I'll be honest, it probably is. But that's part of the soundtrack. They don't actually play that song in the movie, so I think that's like under a different weight class, if you get what I'm talking about. So anyway, point of the matter is we got to talk about the rest of the movie here. Well, first though, yeah, we got to talk about the rest of the movie. But first, another thing I'd like to mention about the mashed potato, I don't remember what it looks like at all. It's the one thing in the dance that snuck out to me the most is the name, and I've completely forgotten what it actually is. Ethan, if you could please pull up a clip of them doing the mashed potato from this scene in the movie. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Um, I still don't know what it is though, but I think it's the mashed potato. And if that means anything to you, then please send in your clips of you doing the mashed potato so that I can watch you guys do it because I'd appreciate that. It'd be really nice of you to do that. I'd really appreciate that. Um, wow. Jom and Ethan should be here soon. At least as far as I'm aware. At least I hope. I don't know, man. I'm getting kind of sleepy, so I would hope that they're here soon. Just because I'm getting tired, man. I'm just getting really sleepy. I've been sleepy for like this whole time. I guess you can't tell, but I'm not one to miss out on podcast episodes. I personally always try to make it to these things because I mean, like, why would you not want to do that? Like that's just ridiculous. I mean, I understand that it's April 1st. Don't get it twisted. I know that it's April 1st, and like maybe they had like a party to go to or something, but I don't know, man. I would rather, well, I would rather than just be here so I could talk to them about the mashed potato, and more importantly, about what happens next in the Blues Brothers canon. Is because now they got the gear and they got the folk, they got to get the venue. So what they do is they get in a car and they just drive around because they don't actually have a venue planned at all. Now, mind you, I completely skipped a huge chase scene that involves them crashing through a mall and destroying all of it. So that is also a thing that happens. I also skipped a part in which Jake and Elwood are sleeping in Jake's apartment. Sorry, in Elwood's apartment, and it's so thin that they can barely even stand. And there's a train that roars by every like 10 seconds, and I still don't even understand how that's possible. That also blows up, but that doesn't blow up yet. But I'm just saying it blows up in the future, so just keep that in mind that blows up at some point in this movie called The Blues Brothers, as made by an SNL skit. It blows up for real. So just know that they detonated an actual building for this movie. Anyway, yeah, so they're driving and like they're like, dude, when are we gonna get to the venue? He's like, oh, here it is, Bob's Country Bunker. This is where we're doing it. Says the good old boys are playing. Oh, the good old boys. It should say tonight, the Blues Brothers Grand Reunion. I'll have to go take a talk with them. All right, I'll have to take a talk with them. Anyway, they go inside Jake and Elwood Blues, and it's like, hey, are you Bob? Well, I am. Well, you must be the good old boys. Well, yes, we are. What a beautiful place you got here, Bob. What kind of music do you play? Well, let me direct it to my wife, to which his wife says, we play both kinds, country and western. And then they're like, oh, great, we, the Blues Brothers, are in a country place. How problematic. What an issue this is. Oh dear. How silly this is. How silly for us, the Blues Brothers, to be in this silly, wacky, goofy situation. How humorous. That's quite funny. That's quite funny indeed. So anyway, yeah, so they're in that situation, but they get set up anyway because they're professionals. And they start by trying to actually sing blues music, but what happens is they've got chicken scratch, or sorry, not chicken scratch, chicken wire set up to guard the band. And they're like, chicken wire? Why do they have that? Turns out the reason that they have that is because the band is in danger. Because if they play a song that the patrons don't like, they throw their beer straight at them and it breaks on the glass. And it's like, whoa, why did you do that? That's a bit of an overreaction, don't you think? Maybe you should chill out and get like some like anger therapy or something. But they can't say that because they're professionals. So they improvise and they sing the open of Rawhide, which is a great song. Cut 'em out, ride 'em in, cut 'em out, ride 'em in, ride 'em in, but you know the song. And Jim Belushi, by the way, I gotta say, his delivery in Rawhide is amazing. Same for Dan Aykroyd. Dan Aykroyd also has a really good voice. It's really low, of course. There's the rolling, 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 Rawhide. I don't even remember the rest of the song, but like I know they cut 'em out, ride 'em in, ride 'em in, cut 'em out, ride 'em in. Ride 'em in. Like that part rules. That part is great. And he starts throwing a whip. I think he whips a bottle midair, which is awesome. And then they sing Stand By Your Man, which is the best song in the movie. It's not actually. I thought about it actually. The real best song in the movie is Minnie the Moocher. I lied. That's easily the best song in the movie. But before we get to that, Stand By Your Man, which is really, really good. Stand by your man. Give him two arms to hold to. Give him all the loving that you can, baby. Stand by your man. Yeah, it's a great song. Wonderful song. Anyway, they get paid and they get out. They play Rawhide before they leave too, because that's funny. Then they disappear forever. And then it turns out the good old boys show up and they're like, what the frick? It's like, oh, where you boys been? We're the good old boys. You're the good old boys? Then who was that? And they drive away. They don't seem to mention the fact that the good old boys were so late that they missed the entire places being open. The place closed before the good old boys got there. So as far as I'm concerned, they don't deserve the money at all. Like they were so late that the building straight up closed. So, just saying, I don't think they deserve that money to begin with. But the Blues Brothers get paid. And I'm like, wow, that's awesome. Excuse me. It doesn't go to much though is the issue because, they gotta pay the band. And they're like, well, that wasn't enough, so what are we gonna do? So Cab Calloway's like, here's an idea. Why don't we just get you guys in one big venue? There's one big, huge ass venue, one night only. And we advertise it everywhere. And so what they do, they advertise it everywhere. I'm skipping over major steps because I'm really tired right now. So, but they're like, yeah, let's advertise it everywhere. Let's go crazy. Let's go nuts. Let's go stupid. Let's go sicko mode with this shit. So that's what they do. They go sicko mode. They advertise it everywhere. They attach like a huge siren to the Bluesmobile. Forgot to mention at some point they get in trouble with Nazis. Totally forgot to mention there's Nazis in this movie because there's Illinois Nazis, and they drive them off the road. So currently the Blues Brothers have three mortal enemies right now. They have the police, who are after them because they drove through a mall and destroyed it. And then they have the good old boys because they took their money even though they were late to a gig. And they have the Illinois Nazi Committee because they drove them off of a bridge. So those are currently the three enemies of the Blues Brothers. And yeah, things aren't going well for them. John Candy is the police chief, by the way, which is pretty awesome. I don't know who plays the main Nazi, because why would I? Nor do I know who plays Bob, because he's equal to a Nazi, in my eyes at least. Anyway, to continue on with the story, they sell out the building. It's huge. It's packed. There's one big crucial issue though, is that Jake's ex has been trying to kill them. And the reason that we know they've been trying to kill them is because that's how their house gets bombed. She takes out a straight up n- thermonuclear device, almost a bazooka. She takes out a literal bazooka and fires it. The building explodes. This is good though, because the police were almost there to capture them. And as they bust the door open to capture them, she fires a bazooka at a building, which is awesome. I love this movie. It's a fantastic movie. So anyway, John Candy almost dies, but he doesn't. In fact, nobody in the main cast dies, but probably everybody else in the building dies though. So they're on the lam, they're on the run, and they tell Cab Calloway, you gotta cover for us, man. We'll be there. Trust us. We'll be there. But you gotta cover first. And so, Minnie the Moocher plays. and this is the best song in the movie, potentially. It's either this or the song that comes right after it, or it's She Got the Katy. Honestly, every single song in this movie is incredible. It is the best movie of all time, actually. It's a perfect movie. So anyway, just kidding. My pick for the best movie ever is actually The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford. But this is a close number second. It's at least my favorite movie ever, maybe. That of The Phantom of the Paradise. Anyway, point is, Minnie the Moocher. You already know. I don't even gotta tell you what Minnie the Moocher is. It's a goated song. It's one of the best songs of all time. It's an absolutely incredible, beautiful, wonderful piece written by the incredible, beautiful, wonderful Cab Calloway. And mm, mm. he yeah, he goes, but oh my god, sorry. Man, yeah, he goes, bum, 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 bum. Hey, folks, here's a story about Minnie the Moocher. She was a low down hoochie coocher. She was the roughest, toughest frail, but Minnie had a heart as big as a whale. Yeah, it's a great song. Wonderful song. I love that song. I've tried singing it before for real, but I have a terrible singing voice, but I love that song so much. Anyway, the Scatness is also incredible. I love it. Blues Brothers appear. They make their big debut. They go crazy. They go nuts. So the guy is like, "Bro, I want to sign you to a record deal." I'm like, there's no time. The reason there's no time, by the way, is because the church thing. They're like, we can't do it. I'm afraid. Just pay us up front, even though this is a major church. This is a major deal. We gotta save this church. You understand? So then they gotta drive to the board or whatever to like they gotta drive to the building to actually like renew the thing because if they don't renew it like in the building, I guess, then it doesn't count. So they gotta now drive to this big building to get there. So they crawl into this tunnel that they were at, by the way, where Jake almost dies because his girlfriend tries to shoot him to death, but he escapes. And anyway, Elle was like, "It's dark. It's three whatever. We got a full tank of gas, and we're wearing sunglasses. Let's hit it. Hit it." Jake says, "Hit it." Whatever. I don't know. I don't know why that's like the one that everybody quotes. "We're on a mission from God" is way more iconic than that. By the way, forgot to mention, Elwood worked at like a glue manufacturing company and quit because he said he was going to become a pastor and he was on a mission from God. That's kind of funny. Anyway, so they gotta go drive. So they start driving. But here's their big issue. The big three enemies of the Blues Brothers are all convening now to capture them. The police are hot on their trail. The Nazis are hot on the trail. And the good old boys featuring Bob from Bob's Country Bunker, they're all hot on their trail. But they managed to escape. But here's the thing. They're now such wanted enemies that they aren't the only ones. The army are after them now. The SWAT teams are after them now. Even the cavalry are after them now. And there's a fantastic scene after this huge driving thing where they send the Nazis to hell by throwing them off of an unfinished highway infrastructure plant. And they die, which is awesome, badass. The Bluesmobile, they park it, and as soon as they park it, it completely dismantles and falls apart. I to this day do not know how they do it, but it's like my favorite practical effect of all time, and I love it. And then best part of the movie, well, not the best part of the movie, because every part of the movie is the best part of the movie, but they're now running through the building to try and get the money to the place so that way the church doesn't break. And while they're doing this, they keep setting stuff up in front of doors. That's like the whole thing. They just keep setting up stuff in front of doors, and then the army has to keep knocking the stuff down. And it's really funny. Till eventually, what happens is they get up to the place and they hand the money over um, to. Well, they almost hand the money over. What happens is they hand the money over to the guy. He's filling out the paperwork, and he hits the approved. So thankfully, the church can stay in business for at least another year. And then, as Jake and Elwood are handing out to like grab the paper, they get a pair of handcuffs slapped on them. They turn around, and the whole entire building is filled with cops. The movie ends with them going to jail, probably forever. And that's the movie. Is now instead of Jake Blues leaving jail, because he robbed a gas station, by the way, to pay for the band's hotel fees, and that's why he was in jail. So instead of him going to jail for that, now it is the entire band has gone to jail, probably forever. Um, well, not probably not. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's forever because they were running. I don't know if you can extend somebody's jail time because they were running away or not. Probably though, right? Like probably. Like you could, like you may like you can argue that's like an invasion of justice or something. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know. But yeah, now they're all there. And they sing Jailhouse Rock because of course they do. It's a really good ending. I like the movie a lot because it's very cool, and I like the fact that as soon as they succeed, literally as soon as they accomplish the mission from God, is like, "All right, I hate you guys. Actually, go to jail," which is really funny. Or maybe it's like, "Hey, thank you guys for going to jail. Now here's your penance for all the crime that you did, and then you can get out again." I imagine, probably. I imagine, right? Like, I don't. I highly doubt that they're just in jail forever. Oh, these guys too. Guys gotta stay strong. I think at some point they'll be here to like talk with us. Them being Jom and Ethan, but I don't know anymore, man. And the thing is, I don't want to give up. That's the thing. It's easy. It's easy to want to give up, you know. And who wants to give up, right? Who wants that to happen? You know. I know that I certainly don't. I know that you certainly don't, because you want to hear us discuss the match, and I want to discuss the match. We had a lot of fun things set up too. We had a couple of mini games. We were probably gonna do the cage match thing again. I mean, like we are probably gonna do the fantasy booking thing again. Like that would have been really cool. You know, can't do that with just one person really, because it would really not be all that entertaining. I just gotta wait a minute. You know, I gotta get back on my chupacabra mindset. I think that's what I need to do. I gotta get locked back in. Funny little callback to our last episode, or maybe it's not our last episode. Maybe our episode will come out later, and this one will come out first. I don't know. Our timetable is really messed up a lot. It used to be better. Well, no, it never used to be better, actually. I don't know why I said that. That sounded very, like, melodramatic and melancholic for, like, no good reason. I don't know why I said it like that. I guess maybe I should have not said it like that, but, you know, it is what it is. Um, anyway, let's get back to, like, the root of the matter, though, which is the professional wrestling. As I said, I feel like I've done a great disservice to you, because although I was waiting for Jom and Ethan to discuss the professional wrestling. I think it'd be okay if I just went ahead and I started discussing the professional wrestling now with you all. I don't think Jom and Ethan would mind. I think they'd be quite understanding, actually. Um. So let's do that. Let's talk about some professional wrestling. I know that I was talking about Ring of Honor a little while ago, but just I don't just to like cover some new ground, actually. Um, I have been trying to get into lucha as best I can. I've never been a lucha guy. I've never liked it ever, which I know is a huge red flag to most people that this guy doesn't like lucha. Kill him, bomb him to death with numerous explosives. And I get that, I understand that like lucha is like a very sacred thing. I understand that it's weird to like write off a whole genre of wrestling too. But hey, you guys do it with Brit Rest all the time, so I think it's fair. I do it with Brit Rest too. It's not Brit Rest isn't good. Don't get it twisted. I'm not defending Brit Rest. I am gonna brush my teeth, however. So once I'm done brushing my teeth, we can discuss lucha because I have some things to say. Um, I have plenty of things to say about it because I've been trying to get into it for like years now. It hasn't even really clicked into like this last month. And even then, I'm not even sure if I should say that it clicked or not because I still don't like it that much. But I'm just gonna brush my teeth real fast, and then I'll. It's 11:18 over here, so I'm just gonna brush my teeth, and I'll give you an intel once I'm done brushing. One moment. All right, excuse me. Yeah, what were we talking about? I kind of forgot. I think I lost my train of thought. Sorry about that. Shoot, yeah, cannot seem to recall what I was cannot seem to recall what I was discussing at all there. My bad. Um, darn. Okay, well, I guess that topic of discussion will have to wait till another day until somebody reminds me what that was. Maybe if Jom and Ethan are here. No, Ethan, when you're editing this, do you mind putting up an image of what I was going to discuss before I went to brush my teeth, just so that way when I watch this back, I can remember. Thanks, I really appreciate that, man. But yeah, no, that's yeah, wow. Feel bad about that. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. Hmm, that's unfortunate. No, that is actually really unfortunate. I did not mean to do that at all. Hopefully you guys can forgive me though. I mean, I think you guys are understanding people. I don't think you would like I don't think you'd be too upset about that, right? Like I think you guys are understanding people. You seem to be understanding folk. I mean, between all the technical errors that we've had since we started this podcast and how kind you all have been, I think you guys would understand a mishap like me forgetting my thought for a second here. Besides, I mean, you guys are being so kind as to like not even insult, Chom or Ethan or calling them evil, cruel, mean things to them or anything like that because, like, everything's okay. Everything's okay. Everything's a-okay. Everything's a-okay, and I think we'll be fine. So that's really all there is to it. Okay, that is really all that there is to it. I just gotta keep waiting for these guys. It kind of reminds me of a play about those two people who were waiting for that one guy at that one street, but then that guy never comes. But they learn a lot about themselves. That was Vanya, wasn't it? It was Uncle Vanya, I think. I don't know. You guys ever watch Vanya on 42nd Street? That's a really good movie. I don't know if you could really call it a movie per se, as much as just a recorded play, but I mean, it's technically a movie. I don't know. Vanya on 42nd Street is made by, I think it's made by Wallace Shawn. I know it has Wallace Shawn in it, as well as Andre Gregory. So maybe it's made by Andre. Maybe it's made by Andre actually. I don't know. It's made by one of them. I think it's made by Wallace Shawn though. Anyway, the movie it's a play of Uncle Vanya, but the actors are just wearing their normal clothes. They're not wearing anything. And it's taking place in a dilapidated set that's been like super destroyed and run down over time, just completely ruined. And there's nothing in it. And they just do the whole play start to finish. It's not like a dress rehearsal or anything. It's just this is their one and only attempt at doing this play, and then they just dip out again. Julianne Moore is in it, which is crazy. Um, and it's just so interesting just to like see this really critically acclaimed play like Uncle Vanya presented in such a nonchalant, normal, just like no, I mean not normal is the right word because it definitely isn't normal by like play standards, right? But like it's such a casual kind of way, even though this is like their actual performance, with like a very small crowd. And I remember and this is a point that gets brought up all the time, but it's so cool, is the fact that the play just starts. Like it opens with actors discussing things with one another. Like the movie itself just opens with like Wallace Shawn and Andre Gregory and Julianne Moore, and they're all talking with their coworkers and everything. And at some point, it just cuts to an actual conversation in the play. So the play just begins, and if you like don't really know what's going on, you think that it's still just the actors talking to one another, because it's such an immediate cut that it just feels, oh, these actors are talking now. Okay, cool. And then it's like, wait a second, the play is happening? What the flip? It's a really good movie. I'd recommend if you're into pretentious movies like that. Yeah, I've been watching this movie called Vanya on 42nd Street. It's actually technically not a movie, it's more of a recording of a play, but the play takes place in an abandoned building while all the actors aren't really like actually trying. But they are though, but it doesn't look like they are. Sort of a meta commentary on the value of art and how necessarily the value of the art isn't really placed on the visual effects, but more on the purposeful intent and the passion of the creator. That's why the movie is so good, is because although they don't have any gear and they don't really have any set design, one could argue that what they really have more than anything else is ambition, heart, and emotion. And as long as you have those things, you can make art, or you can at least honor art that comes before you. Anyway, though, have you ever seen House, or should I say a Hausu, as my friends call it, and as how I call it? Ah, yes, I love Hausu. Terrific movie. I put it up there with Green for Danger and The Wild Rose as my favorite movies of all time. Speaking of The Wild Rose, you guys ever listen to Nick Cave? Nick Cave rules, dude. I've been getting into Nick Cave a lot lately. I mean, I've been into him for a while, so don't get twisted. It's not like this is like my first time listening to Nick Cave or something insane like that. But what I mean to say is that like this is my first time like trying to get into a new artist in a while because I always just kind of like grew up on like the same group of people. So being able to do this has been really informative for me. Anyway, I was reminded of that because the Wild Rose, Where the Wild Roses Grow is like his most popular song. Well, his most popular song is the Peaky Blinders intro, of course. It's like the Peaky Blinders intro edit, and then the actual song, and then the actual intro that hasn't been edited, I think. Those are like his three most listened to music in order. Or their three most music listen to music in order because it's not just Nick Cave, it's also the Bad Seeds, of course, of course, of course, of course. Anyway, um, yeah, here's a song that's like his most popular, maybe besides that one thing I just said just now. So that's why I remember that. I like Nick Cave. He has my favorite thing that I like out of a musician, which is a voice that is not technically speaking good, but they found a way to make it feel fine. Like, for example, Jangling Jack, his voice sounds terrible. Um, Although I guess maybe you could argue that's part of the bit, because it does feel like kind of part of the bit that his voice is terrible. Um, what else? Shoot, what was the other song? I don't know what the other song was. I think you'd actually argue this may maybe controversial. I think that what's the name of the song? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. One second, I'm thinking what the song is. Holy crap, I can't remember the song. Hold on. So the opening song, of course, when he's getting bodied by the dude is oh I just said it. 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 How did I forget what I just said? How did I whoa. What the frick? Okay, that's how I know I'm tired. I genuinely just forgot what I just said. What did I just say? Ethan, can you pull up a picture of what I just said, please? Um okay, hold on. Now I gotta rack my brain to what I just said. Um I have no idea. Absolutely gone. Completely lost thought. Until I listen to this again. When I listen to it again, I will know. But until I listen to it again, no idea what I just said about the thing. What I do know though is that Nick Cave. Nick Cave's quite a fella. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. He has that thing in his voice, which I feel like there's one song that I think has it as well, where his voice is just so nasally and not actually good, but he's learned how to do it in a way that makes it sound good. Although if you ask him just to sing, he can still hit the pitch and the notes and everything, but his voice itself is just unappealing. But he's found a way to make his voice unappealing through song, and that's very impressive, I think. Just like a spoken word guy, his voice isn't even that bad. It's just like his attitude and texting and mailing and stuff. But I don't want to like psychoanalyze this guy because that'd just be kind of rude. I'm just like trying to figure out what the frick the name is of this one thing that he used to do. What the frick was this thing that he used to do? Maybe he didn't even used to do any of it. Maybe I'm just like mixing things up now. Maybe I'm just like saying stuff that makes sense because my brain is sleepy deprived. And because brain is sleep deprived, I do not know what I am saying. Perhaps because brain is sleepy and my brain eepy, I do not truly know. What's the song? 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 I Let Love In, that's the one. I don't think he has a good singing voice on I Let Love In. And again, maybe that's controversial, but I personally feel that if you were to really think about it, nah, That's not that controversial. His voice in I Let Love In is fine. It's not great. It's fine. And I'm not gonna like judge the guy, but like he could do better, and he has done better. His voice in Nobody's Baby Now off the same album, great. His vocal work in O'Malley's Bar is exceptional. But even then, if you were to listen to O'Malley's Bar, you can hear what I mean. There's just kind of this grating hum about the way that he says stuff, and I don't think that that's like entirely unfair. I don't think that's entirely fair to him necessarily, because again, he's putting the work to make it sound better. And again, I'm not even saying it as an insult, but that's my favorite type of musician, is somebody who has so much passion in their singing that the actual quality of their voice doesn't really matter as much. Again, John Darnielle, the Mountain Goats, of course. And oh man, how did I not mention the Mountain Goats until right now? Oh, I can go into the I could go into the Mountain Goats for a while. Then you could doubt me all you want, but that doesn't change the fact that I could go into the Mountain Goats. Goats. I can go into the Mountain Goats, dudes, for a while. And just you wait, okay? Watch this. Check it out. I'm taking this jacket off, and I'm gonna use it to beat the crap out of you. Alright, buddy? Alright, hope you're ready. What is the whoa. I need to get in touch with Ethan and Jom. I gotta see what they're up to. I gotta fucking gotta how to record this. Mm, mm, mm.